Alrighty, so we're getting started a little early today. I am currently restreaming to YouTube and Kick. I'm going to attempt to stream on all the platforms. I don't know how well that's going to work. If it doesn't work, if it starts to interfere with the show, then I'll stop doing that until I get smarter. Hey, look at that. Someone subscribed right off the bat. I do want to thank you. I will take this opportunity to do the usual disclaimer. I don't make any money doing this. All of the subscriptions, tips, bits, subs, everything goes into PGN Music, which PGN Music is currently doing very well. I was very happy this morning. The last of my backdated work got finished. So PGN Music is looking really slick. I have all, I think, of the tracks that I want to list. I know somebody's going to get mad at me because I added 2 categories to the all music genre tab. So I went from having a gap down here to now I have 2 gaps. I just don't have more genres. There is one thing I have to figure out how to do. And again, I'm not like webpage smart. I need to figure out a way to differentiate like subgenres. I think truthfully, I need to take EDM and trance. I need to take the EDM out of EDM and trance because the 2 albums I have are trance. I don't really have electronic dance music. And I have a lot of singles that I haven't put anywhere yet. I did load some of the singles, so that was like my project. I'll probably continue to mess around with PGN Music's website for a little bit, and then I will see where that goes. This is rather interesting. I'm gonna throw that up there for the time being. I don't think I like streaming on YouTube. It's not like, oh, that might work. So, good morning, Darbtails. How are you? So, everybody in my community was making the joke that I needed to stop going on like vacations because the first time I left to go to SeaWorld and Universal Studios and the Crayola Factory, all these ice riots started happening. And then I got back and things calmed down for like a couple of days. And then I went back out of town for a wedding. And then Israel decides to basically start World War fucking 3. And I just can't, wrap my head around what the hell Israel is doing. No, don't stop with the vacations. Well, I'm scared, man. I genuinely am. I am scared because I am taking a 10 or 11 day vacation coming up. I'm taking my spouse, my youngest child's mother, my children's mother. I'm taking her to Disney for her 2011th birthday. I'm not allowed to say she's turning 40. I must reference it as she is turning 2011 or 2013 or whatever, 2019, 2020 or 2020th. Yeah, the next time I leave and come back, I might come back to nothing. We would all be gone. It's just gonna be me hanging out with a mouse at the end of time. But you took today off because I wasn't feeling well and it bit you in the arse. You got tomorrow off too. So they made you take tomorrow off too for illness. They made you take 2 days. Or you just had tomorrow off. And you could have like toughed out today and you had tomorrow off automatically. You gotta clue me in here, man. You gotta give me like details. Anyway, it has been a wild weekend catching up. Oh, so they reduced your hours instead of someone else's. That sucks. It's been a wild weekend, man. I do not know what the hell is up with Israel. Israel has just decided that they're going to start World War III. As it is right now, we've got Israel bombed 200 military targets in Iran. There is a lot happening. You're dealing with kidney stone. Ooh, ouch. Right now, what's going on is Israel has attacked Iran. Iran and Israel have been trading fire for the last 4 days. The US, Jordan, a couple of other countries are helping Israel intercept missiles. A lot of people are saying that they don't want the US to get involved. Unfortunately, the US is gonna be involved. Well, who knows with Donald Trump if he would honor a peace or a defensive treaty. But we have a lot of issues going on. And I don't think people realize the ramifications of a war that kicks off in the Middle East. Israel attacked locations in Iraq because factions loyal to Iran operate in Iraq. Israel is using US weapons and intel. The US kind of is already involved. Well, let me clarify that, because a lot of people repeat that, and I want to make sure that we clarify that. Israel is using US made weapons. But once we sell those weapons to another country, they're not ours. And that's a really important distinction. I don't want people to think that we're giving them the F-35s, like kind of what we're doing with Ukraine, where we gave them some F-16s, like they couldn't afford to buy them. Didn't Trump redirect 20,000 missiles? Did Trump redirect 20,000 missiles set for Ukraine to Israel? Yes. Zelensky said the U.S. would divert 20,000 missiles earmarked for Ukraine in an agreement with the Biden administration to the Middle East. However, what's important to realize, hold on. You can't just take the face value of something. You have to peel back the onion. We have a formalized treaty with Israel. Now, I want people to realize, I'm not saying this is right. I'm not saying this is moral. I'm not saying this is how it should be. I'm not saying it's how it should be. I'm saying how it has to be. We have an actual defensive pact with Israel, signed, sealed, delivered. We don't have that with the Ukraine. We have a lot of agreements, right? We have a lot of agreements with the Ukraine, but we don't have like a formalized defensive pact. We have an arms supply treaty with Israel. So we're bound by our law to give. Israel is the first primary customer. But you have to understand, you're seeing as a pledge that was broken, but you're just second in line. We're required by law. We're required by law to divert resources to Israel because we have a pact with them. Although it's not a sanctioned treaty, like it hasn't made its way through Congress, but it's a signed. I mean, we've got the Mutual Defense Assistance Agreement of 1952. We have the General Security Information Act of 1982, the Mutual Logistics Supply Agreement of 1991, and of course we have our SOFA of 1994. Also, you have to realize that Donald Trump doesn't like President Zelensky. Donald Trump doesn't like the Ukraine. because during the Ukraine wouldn't release information about Hunter Biden and Joe Biden and the Biden family dealings in the Ukraine. Again, I don't think that there are I don't think that this is a good way to do business. I would rather fight Russia in Ukraine than fight Russia in America. I would rather fight Russia in a proxy war than have to put American men and women in harm's way where they could die. I think a big part of this problem is Donald Trump's first presidency, where he delayed, stalled, denied weapons, defensive weapons that could have, should have, would have been sent to the Ukraine if anybody else, if Hillary Clinton had won the presidency. I think it's a stupid decision to have all these wars kicking off. Pakistan and India kick off with each other. Now, Pakistan is threatening to nuke Israel if Israel nukes Iran, which they won't do because Pakistan wouldn't even use nukes in their dust up with India. India is not condemning Israel because India wants Israel to fight Iran. India wants Pakistan to get involved with Israel so that India can invade Pakistan after Pakistan has exhausted some of their munitions, resources, manpower. China is threatening to get involved with Israel. Israel is, in some ways, Ukraine should be thankful that Israel kicked off with Iran. And I think that people that don't see the board as a chessboard, they see it as a checkers board, don't understand this may be Israel's greatest way to support the Ukraine, because now Iran can't afford to send anything else to Russia because Iran is being fucking hammered. Now, Iran is massively firing back. They're fighting back with everything they have. The problem is what they have isn't enough. If you guys will give me just 1 second. Sorry about that. Since Learn Russia bought a license for the Shahid, so it probably won't have a direct effect on Russian trade. Well, you got to remember, Russia is under an embargo. Iran is under an embargo. But they can't produce it. That's the problem. They can't produce it in Russia. Russia can't even produce Russian armament in Russia because they can't get all the parts they need. We're in a really, really dicey situation because this is what happens to the world when the only first world country left decides to have a leader who's disinterested in the world. See, the United States has been the leader of the free world, and the president of the United States has been the de facto leader of the free world since the end of World War II. And I know a lot of people are going to argue with it, and a lot of people aren't going to like it, but you don't have to like it, but you have to accept it. The United States does the things it does because it thinks those decisions are what's best for the world. Now, I'm going to play a clip from a creator who I don't think gets it. And the problem with people not getting it is that, and we're going to talk about a lot of controversial things today. I am probably going to, at some point during today's show, I am going to say something that's going to offend you. It's just how it's going to be. There's no way I can't, because there's no way that you're going to agree with every single thing that I say today. But this person's quote,
it's a little concerning that people aren't able to differentiate between Israel striking military targets for the good of basically the entire world versus Iran targeting indiscriminately innocent Israeli civilians.
Okay, what I want to I want to address is this is what people feel is happening, but it's not what's happening. You see, you don't get to start a war and then say, but you're indiscriminately targeting our civilians, because that's not what Iran is doing. Iran is firing missiles at a country that attacked them. I've seen the Iranian strike zone in on the Israeli air defense. Right, you have to understand. Iran doesn't have the military technological capability that Israel has, because they've been under an embargo, sanctions, for the last 50 years. People are saying, well, where's the Iranian Air Force? And the problem is, Iran is still using F-14s that they bought from the United States prior to the 1979 revolution. They're using 50-year-old aircraft. You could put up 200 F-14s and a handful of F-35s would destroy all of them. It's the same thing that I say with why the United States doesn't want to fight China. The United States doesn't want to fight China because, yeah, the F-22 can take out 8 Chinese MiGs. But since China can field 12 to 16 MiGs for every F-22 we can send over there, the F-22 is an amazing aircraft. I can't talk too much about it because I'll accidentally, no doubt, I'll walk over classified material that'll end my show and my freedom. But the F-22 could take out 8 MiGs without breaking a sweat. The MiGs won't even know the F-22 is there. But then what does it do against the other 4? It doesn't have enough countermeasures to get rid of everything that the MiGs can throw at it. It can't dogfight 4 MiGs that are firing missiles at it. And when people say, oh, our pilots are... People need to stop having this automatic superiority complex that American pilots, Western pilots, are automatically better than every pilot that China has. If China could ever figure out stealth technology, we would have to treat them completely different. China right now is projecting force by putting 2 aircraft carriers into the open waters in the Pacific. Meanwhile, the U.S. carrier group that's normally there has had to shift west for this new threat in the Gulf. Apparently, Israel had been planning this strike for 2 weeks. Now, I'm not 100% sure if everything Donald Trump says is smart, because Donald Trump says, oh, I've been aware of this impending attack for 2 weeks. Well, if you've been aware of this impending attack for 2 weeks, why didn't you help Israel buff up the Iron Dome? Because remember, Israel uses the Patriot battery system as one of the 4 components of their Iron Dome. You knew Iran was gonna fire back with hundreds and thousands of countermeasures. We're in a situation now where the 20,000 missiles that were redirected were branded as anti-Shahed missiles. Well, don't brand them as anything. Branding them as anything is stupid, because the U.S., we don't make we don't let you know what the shit is. We brand a lot of things a lot of different ways. Like, this is a cup, but it's also a fluid container. It's also a mug. It's also a Stanley. It's also an anti-dehydration device. I mean, we call the same thing multiple different things. This is a good platform for this. It's also a good platform for that. It's also a good platform for this other thing. We don't brand things. We make very few single-use items. We learned in Vietnam, we learned in Korea, single-use items aren't smart, because then they're only used for one thing. We make a lot of generalist things. But yeah, cheap anti-air missile is the proper nomenclature. Cost-effective anti-air missile. Cost-effective anti-drone missile. But what concerns me is that Israel is, and what's really kind of throwing me off is nobody in the Middle East is yelling at Israel. Nobody in the Middle East is saying stop doing this. In fact, several countries, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, they both are kind of like, you know what? We need that to happen and we don't want to be involved, so go get that done. Nobody wants a nuclear Iran. Nobody wants, and you know nobody wants a nuclear Iran because Iran has allies that have nukes, and nobody will give Iran nukes. That's all. Iran thinks that once they have nuclear missiles, that they can deal with the issue. Russia's like, fuck no, we're not giving you nukes. Chechen terrorists can get a hold of a nuke in Russia, but Russia won't give any to Iran. Pakistan has nukes. They won't give any to Iran. And then Iran is threatening.
It's a little concerning that people
is threatening some next level stupid shit. And the thing is, people are afraid of these threats. Let me play this one first. This is why Iran is such a pain in the ass.
Invading Iran by land? Almost impossible. And here's why. To the west, the Zagros Mountains, a rocky wall with narrow passes, easy to defend, hard to attack. To the north, the Elburz Mountains, rising like a shield beside the Caspian Sea. To the east, more rugged mountains near Afghanistan and Pakistan. Still no easy entry. And in the middle, two deadly deserts, Dashti Kavir and Dashti Lut. Scorching heat, salt flats, sand that swallows tanks, mountains, deserts, bottlenecks. Iran is a natural fortress, and that's why invading Iran by land is a military nightmare.
So, invading Iran by land is
so Iran is threatening
to. But then you've got people that are going to buy into the shit that this guy is going to say. Pakistan has nukes. Pakistan, it has at least 170 nuclear warheads. That doesn't mean that they have 170 functional intercontinental ballistic missiles, because they don't. But Pakistan has 170 nuclear warheads, which is a scary thought. What I can't get over, though, is I hate TikTok, I hate Instagram, I hate Reels, I hate content creators that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm gonna play this.
So Iran is threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz. It is the literal only marine entryway into the Gulf. 20% of the world's oil goes through that strait. Right, 20%. You think $5 a gallon is gonna hurt you? 7? How about 8?
Except we're not buying all that oil, you dumb fuck. We don't buy all that.
It's the quickest way to blow the inflation cap wide open. One of the only reasons inflation data has looked decent is because gas prices have stayed on the down low. Israel's indiscriminate attack on Iran and this conflict opening up would put your energy and your gas prices in places you haven't seen in a long time.
Well, why are you going to say in places we haven't seen in a long time? Why don't you actually have some data? Right? We only import 10% of our total oil from the Middle East. So if we only import 10% of our oil from the Middle East, you're talking a very minor fluctuation. And by the way, some of the oil that we import from the Middle East, we're not importing to make gasoline. So some of it we're importing to make it. For those of you that aren't aware, petroleum is called POL, petroleum, oil, and lubricants. Petroleum turns into oil, lubricants, the filling in fucking Twinkies. It turns petroleum jelly. It turns into a lot of things. It doesn't just turn into gasoline. So why are you assuming that a 10% portion of the American imports is going to have a doubling effect of gas at the pump? You also have yes, Twinkies have oil byproducts in them. So does petroleum jelly. So the next time you're lubing up the little man downstairs with a little Vaseline, you're sticking your dick in a dead dinosaur. But these people, like the creators like this, piss me off, right? They piss me off because you're just making up shit.
Attacking each other's oil facilities. And if that strait goes down, oh yeah, we're in for it. The next question after that is, how is the American government going to get the American people dealing with the inflation of that in a country that requires you to own a car? How is it going to get them to like a war over there?
Kind of like the same fucking way we got people to like the first Gulf War and the second Gulf War. Be like, hey, we really don't want to go to war with these people, but it'll bring the cost of your gasoline down.
Are they going to spin it like, if we go to war, the prices will come down?
Well, that's exactly what the fuck would happen, because that's the entire argument you laid out. You laid out that if the Strait of Hormuz is closed, the 10% of gasoline, or the 10% of oil that we import from the Strait of Hormuz is going to cause a doubling at our gas pumps. So if we open up the Strait of Hormuz...
Are Americans really stupid enough to believe that, though? The whole shtick is you get into a war to get your approval rating back up as the president and bring people together. But if it's overshadowed by this, number one, I think his approval will go through the floor. Number two, I don't think...
Would go through the floor.
You're going to get people to agree to a war. I don't like...
I hate to remind this creator who doesn't seem to understand how the way the fucking government works. Number one, the president doesn't even need Congress's approval. War increases approval ratings. War increases approval ratings because as soon as we go to official war, then the American military wartime machine kicks in and all of the jobs start getting overtime because we got to make more missiles, make more fuel, make more bullets, band-aids, blankets and beans. All the areas around all the bases see an increase in profitability because we're buying a lot of shit. We're stockpiling a lot of shit. Small businesses, everything through DLA, like nuts, bolts, hammers, everything that we buy, we now have to go to wartime stockage levels. So all these small companies get massive amounts of orders. The people that make the MREs, all the medical equipment, all the everything that we have to buy. When we go to war, there's like, and there's kind of hard to explain, but contingency operations state when we go to war, 2 is 1, 1 is none. So the things that we normally have 1 of on the shelf, we now need 3 of on the shelf because I need 2 to send down range when we're at war, and I still need the 1 at home. Even though the aircraft are all gone, I still need to keep 1 at home. Wouldn't the guy who starts the war get the blame and decrease approval? Then the second guy who comes in gets the credit for the increase? No, because it'll be the same guy. We go to war and we're done with wars in 1 or 2 years now. We don't do 8-year wars in America. We don't have that.
To be crazy conspiratorial. I don't. But if something were to happen, hopefully you know what I'm alluding to.
Wow, you just threatened the life of the fucking president because that's what I think you're alluding to. Get ready to fucking have the Secret Service knocking on your door, buddy, because that's a pretty eye roll nod. You know what I'm alluding to. So you're alluding to somebody having violence against the president. By the way, folks, I understand people think that they have the freedom of speech. One of the things that you do not have is the freedom to make threats against the president. The Secret Service investigates that shit and you go bye-bye.
I would be very, very skeptical. That's all I'm going to say. I would just be a little bit skeptical of that sort of thing.
Okay, let me help you out, you dumb motherfucker. Let me help you out. Let me introduce you to Operation Praying Mantis. For those of you that aren't familiar with Operation Praying Mantis, this was April 18th, 1988. It was a one-day naval operation conducted by the United States against Iran because Iran had mined the Persian Gulf and it had damaged the brand new ship, the Samuel B. Roberts, 4 days prior. Four days prior to this operation. This was an operation that we don't even know how long it was actually on for because the United States Command and Control lost complete fucking control of its Navy for such a small period of time. Shit was getting blown up that we didn't even want to blow up. We decided that we were going to destroy 3 oil platforms that the Iranian military was using for surveillance and military operations. We also decided that we were going to sink 1, maybe 2 of their frigates. And that's all we were planning on doing. In a period of 8 hours, we sunk the Sahand. We severely damaged the Sabalan, which were the 2 frigates we were looking for. We destroyed 2 of the 3 oil platforms, and we had destroyed several of their Boghammer speedboats, and we lost track. I want you to we lost track of how many of their small armed patrol craft we sunk. When asked, the helicopter pilots that were tasked with making sure these smaller boats didn't get near the fleet, they were like, well, we're coming back for rearmament. How many did you sink? I don't know. There were a lot of them. We lost 2 aircraft that day. We lost 1 A6 Intruder, and we lost a helicopter. The helicopter had mechanical failure. It had nothing to do with the Iranian military. At one point, the president of the United States had to call an all stop because he wasn't getting reports. Like, this was in the 80s. This was before instantaneous communication between the Persian Gulf and the Situation Room. There was a delay. In the amount of time of the delay to relay the message from the ship to the Situation Room, they were still blowing shit up. Now, their navy is 67 vessels. The IRGC has dozens and thousands of small craft. Their dozens and thousands of small craft equal 42 tons of craft. 42 tons. The Iranian conventional navy has 200,000. So Iran, they have 67 naval vessels and thousands of small craft for a total of 242,000 tons of ships. The US Navy, not even counting our allies who need that strait to stay open, Great Britain, France, Germany, Italy, some other people with navies, the US Navy alone, 470 vessels at 3.6 million tons of warships. This doesn't include the aircraft that we have on the carriers. For this creator over here,
Iran is threatening to,
who is making it seem like we're gonna suffer. Honest to God, man, Iran can fucking get some. I don't want any more war in my lifetime. For those of you that are new to my show, you haven't been here before, I'm a veteran. I spent nearly the entirety of my military career at war with somebody. In fact, not just nearly my entire military career. The day I graduated basic training, I got the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, which everybody got back in the day because you enlisted at a time of war. When I got retired, against my will, but I got retired, we were still at fucking war. I had 0 days of peacetime operations in my 15-year career. 0 days. 0. I don't want any more war. I have a nephew who's in the military. I don't want any more war. I don't want to leave a world to my children that's still at war. With that said, if Iran wants to walk both feet into fuck around, then they can certainly find out. And do you think that the Cheeto Poof gives any fuck about diplomatic relations now that Iran has basically told the United States? What was it that Iran said? Iran will never willingly accept to accept maximalist U.S. nuclear proposal. Never willingly. You know what the problem with your political leadership saying you will never willingly accept this proposal? Well, what if you accept it unwillingly? There's a great line from the movie First Night with Sean Connery. And there's a piece that's found only on the other side of war. Apparently I broke the dashboard that I wrote. I'll have to look into that. You always thought it was bad to send 18-year-olds to war instead of 60-year-olds. If only we could get the average 80-year-old man to be in good shape. Why? Why is it bad to send 18-year-olds to war? Let me help you out with something. Except for Vietnam, all the 18-year-olds that go to war, they wanted to go to war. They raised their right hand. They swore into the military. I'm against the draft for a war for anything other than sovereign defense. I'm against a draft to fight a war in another country. But at the same time, I'm also, my whole life, I support the initiative that veterans should get preferential treatment. If I walk into the DMV, there should be a line that says veterans. I walk right to that line, I'm next, because I served my country. I go to the hospital, veterans, I'm next. Anywhere I go that's government, I'm next, because I served my country. With that said, I was just inspired by old people in Japan who volunteered to clean up the debris after the tsunami took out the nuclear power plant and the area was radiated. I want to enlist when I retire because of this reason. Right. And I understand what you're saying, but you're comparing apples to oranges there. Every single member of the U.S. Armed Forces, right? Well, I don't want to say every single member because there are still a couple of situations where judges will give a person the option. If they enlist in the military, they'll drop the charges, clear their record, so that they don't have a lifelong record. That still happens, not very often. The military generally doesn't want those people, but it still happens occasionally. But people that serve in the military, they raise their right hand, they swore in. Now, some people in the military, they want to quibble, they want to bitch, they want to moan, they want to whine, and they want to say, I didn't sign up to go to war. The fuck do you mean? Your oath of office says, I swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. You absolutely did sign up to go to war. You may not have wanted to go to war. That might not have been the goal. You were probably signed up and hoping that it didn't happen. But you absolutely signed up to go to war. With that said,
so Iran is threatening to...
Yeah. Let's talk about people not understanding. Do you think Iranians could harass the Suez Canal route and have even more of an international effect than the Strait of Hormuz? No, because that's a great question. But the answer becomes what's very unlikely to happen is that they would be able to operate in the Suez Canal, because then they're not then they don't have the claim that they're only mining their waters or they're only patrolling their waters. They will have gone into other countries' sovereign waters. And when you're in somebody else's house, it wouldn't have to be official. Let me help you out. I don't think you understand international law. When your boat is in somebody else's water, you're there officially. There is no you're not there officially. You're there. So since Iran has some let's zoom this in a bit. Since Iran has some legitimate claim that some of this area is theirs, right? They can claim that, especially right here in the narrowest part, right? Because they can claim that some of this is their territorial waters. So they have a legitimate claim, right? But when you come over here, right, and you start trying to fuck with right along here, well, Egypt is going to say, Djibouti's going to say, Yemen is going to say, get them the fuck out of there. The other problem is, the problem with operating a shadow fleet is this. If you don't have markings on your naval vessel, then your naval vessel is operating illegally. If you're operating illegally with a naval vessel, then all somebody has to do, all a sovereign nation has to do is radio over to you that says they accuse you of piracy. And in 1 minute, we're going to open fire. And if you don't leave, you get sunk. That's why you don't hear about the Somali pirates anymore. That shit was cute for about 5 minutes. And then it was causing problems to the world economy. And the US said, you know what, we'll just put an aircraft carrier down there. And we'll set up a high score. And they'll fuck right off. And then when the US needed to go other places, other nations said, we'll take a turn. So we don't have that problem. We don't have that issue. But I don't disagree with you that you could cause a lot of issues. The Houthi rebels could cause a lot of issues, but you notice the Houthis stopped their shit too. Why? Because the United States said, we're fucking tired of this. We went to like 5 of our allies and said, do you want to join in on the fucking turkey shoot? And what's sad is the media, the mainstream media, never made it a big deal. But we bombed the shit out of the Houthi rebels. We just kept bombing them. And what happened? They went the fuck away. You notice that Hezbollah and the Houthi rebels haven't retaliated in mass against Israel. Do you know, does anybody want to venture a guess as to why Hezbollah and the Houthi rebels haven't retaliated with attacks against Israel in the last 4 days? Because Israel is probably waiting for them to start some shit so they can say, yeah, we'll stop bombing Iran. But those motherfuckers over there, they're fair game. They're fair game over there. You feel like UK got pushed out of bombing the Houthis? Let's see if I can get a quick number. $16 bombing operations. You guys, the UK was, I mean, which is about average for the UK participation. And you've done joint strikes with the US. January 12th, 22nd, 3rd, February 3rd, February 24th, and May 30th. Which is about standard. Yeah, the US has hit over 1,000 targets, which is about how we do shit. Let's switch over to, I love people that go to foreign countries and don't understand their laws. Let's go, I've got a couple of these. Egypt and protesters.
If you're gonna fuck around protesting in another country, you're gonna find out that that country is not the USA. Leftists head to Egypt to try to cross into Gaza and help Gaza. However, the Egyptians are not having it. They all gathered together and pretty much threw out all of the activists, basically beating the living shit out of them as they were doing it. A pro-Hamas activist, possibly from Canada, who came to cause trouble in Egypt by attempting to cross into Gaza, finds out that he's not in a Western liberal city where he can call for death to Jews, got his head cracked open by Egyptians who weren't having it. And then you see him walking around like, what just happened? This isn't supposed to happen to me. I'm a protester. I'm an activist. Well, sorry, sir. You're not in a Western country. They don't take that type of shit kindly outside of the USA or North America for that matter. So remember, when you talk shit about the USA and the Western world, think about how peaceful the rest of the world really is.
Standing here, and we were deported, all of us, from Egypt without any reason. Our passports were stolen.
First of all, you weren't deported without any reason. You were deported because you were breaking the fucking law. Second of all, if you don't understand how the fuck a passport works, when you enter another country, you give it to the country so they know who the fuck you are. If they don't want you there, they keep your passport and they keep you. And if you choose to fucking walk off while they have your passport, that's a really big fucking mistake on your part. You and your passport stay together. If you are being detained, you stay detained.
Or taken. Some of us still don't have a passport.
Some of us still don't have a passport. You don't know how to use the fucking English language. I got to restart the video, but I want you to understand she doesn't know how to use the language.
Here, and we were deported, all of us.
All of us were deported.
From Egypt without any reason. Our passports were stolen.
You have your
or
passport.
taken. Some of us still don't have a passport, and some of us still don't have their phones. And now we are all deported here without any reason. They didn't tell us why we are being deported. This is in Cairo right now with at least 50 people.
You know what? You're lucky. You're fucking lucky. There's not 50 dead people. Cairo, Egypt. I'm going to say this about Egypt. Egypt is an amazing country. It's a beautiful country. I've been there. Loved it. There was some unrest while I was there. They evacuated us out of the country because they didn't want like 59 dead American students and 1 Irish dead student. They evacuated us very nicely. I mean, with a sense of urgency. I wasn't beaten. I wasn't hit in the head. They showed up. They said, there's some unrest close by to where you're at. Let's get you in the trucks. Let's get you to the airport. They got us to the airport and they flew us and they said, sorry about the inconvenience. Let's talk about some more of these people that don't understand you're not in America.
I'm on the global march to Gaza in Egypt. We were stopped at a checkpoint. They took our passports. They've detained us. I'm going to show you. They put us in a barrier like animals. Look how they've locked us in.
You mean crowd control barriers? Where's the fucking cage? They put you in like animals? Where's the trough? Do you still have your clothes? Do you still have your phone? How are they treating you like animals?
They've locked us all in. These are all activists. These are all people. We are activists from multiple countries, and they've brought the army. They've brought armed cars. They are going to take us back to the airport to deport us. We have done nothing wrong.
To all Canadian activists that are thinking about going there, you have no idea what you're getting into. Absolutely no clue. Why do you think Egypt has not accepted a single Palestinian refugee or a single Palestinian in their country? You're meddling with things that you have no idea of, zero idea, and you're finding out fast. This is how things work in third world countries. Your chance that you do here in Canada, you blocking roads, putting up smoke bombs, intimidating people. That doesn't work there. You think the type of protests that happen here are ever going to happen over there with your march to Gaza? This is what Mark Carney would call a teachable moment. A moment for all of you to learn a bit of humility, that you can't go into whatever country you want and think you can do what you do here in Canada. For whatever reason, we've decided to build up this level of tolerance to get this stuff out of control. Egypt, they don't mess around. Ask yourself a single question. Of all of the Arab countries that are there, not one has taken Palestinian refugees, yet Canada took in thousands. Unvetted, unchecked. Ask yourself why.
Yeah, I've got one more, and then I'm going to tell you why these activists are fucking dumb as shit. What's the last one?
We were on the march to Gaza. We were trying to get to our first destination, which is Ismailia. The police took our passports and wouldn't return them for several hours. And in the meantime, like they do in Toronto, they brought out a ton of police to kettle us. It seemed like things did get violent at times. The police would attack people. They tried to arrest the head of the Canadian delegation, which is Manuel.
Yeah, I'm going to stop you right there. You're not a fucking delegation. You have to have legitimacy and authority to call yourself a delegation.
Fortunately, they didn't succeed in that, but...
They didn't succeed in that because they didn't fucking really want to succeed in that. They already have your passports. They already have you contained. They already have you corralled. Is there any fucking thought in your mind that if they wanted to violently seize the head of your so-called delegation, that they couldn't?
And they insisted that everyone needs to get on the buses and go back to Cairo because you're going to go back to Cairo by force or voluntarily.
Yeah. You're going to go back to Cairo by force or voluntarily. These people are knee deep in the find out part, and Egypt is showing immense restraint. I want to remind people that when you apply for a visa, number one, if you don't know this about traveling, there's two types of visas when you travel to Egypt. Yes, you have to know the specific laws and the rules for the specific country you're going to. When you travel to Egypt, there are two types of visas. There is a multiple entry visa, and there's an e-visa, which is a single entry. Here's what this fucking delegation doesn't understand. Egypt does not make exceptions. Saudi Arabia does not make exceptions. The UAE does not make exceptions. Dubai does not make exceptions. Jordan, Syria, Libya. I wouldn't go to Syria or Libya. I don't know those firsthand, but they do not make exceptions. Their law does not allow for exceptions. I had a situation, a military member entered a country. I'm just going to say a country in that region of the world. He entered that country. Then we had to helo him out to go to another country in that region of the world to fix another problem. There was no helo to bring him back, so he tried to drive back into the country. He was invited by the government, but because he broke their immigration laws, he couldn't even go get his shit. Under a status of forces agreement, he had broken the law. He had left the country. He had entered the country through customs, left the country not through customs, and was trying to re-enter a second time. They didn't give a shit. They sent him home. We had to gather up his shit and mail it back to him. They don't have laws like we have. They have laws that don't have exceptions because exceptions to laws are fucking stupid. If you thought it was important enough to write a law about it, it's a law. Now, for people that don't understand this, when you apply for a visa, one of the things that it says, when you apply for your visa, it says e-visas are generally valid for a specific period, 30 days for a single entry, and may have restrictions on the allowed duration of stay. You are on a visa. You are a fucking guest in their country. You go down the line, respect the local customs. Dress modestly. Avoid public displays of affection. Be respectful of local customs and traditions. For the people that don't get it, Article 73 of the Egyptian Constitution, which I want to point out to you. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, this is our constitution. Egypt is the gift of the Nile for Egyptians and the gift of Egyptians to humanity. This is Egypt, an immortal homeland for Egyptians and a message of peace and love to all people. They are not fucking about with their constitution. They don't have, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. They don't give a fuck, right? We go to Article 73. I want you to notice that the right of the people to organize is not their First Amendment like it is in the United States. It's way the motherfuck down there. It's 73, motherfuckers. This is how little they think about the right to gather. Citizens shall have the right to organize public meetings, marches, demonstrations, and all forms of peaceful protest without carrying arms of any kind by serving a notification as regulated by law. Shit, man, when I rewrite the American Constitution after the Civil War, I'm taking this verbiage. I'm fucking lifting this verbiage right here. Citizens shall have the right to organize public meetings, marches, demonstrations, and all forms of peaceful protest without carrying arms by serving notification. The right to peaceably and private assembly is guaranteed without need for prior notification. Security forces may not attend, monitor, or eavesdrop on such meetings. Why do fucking Canadians think that they can go to Egypt and protest and rally? Who the fuck do you think you are going into another country and saying, we're going to go into this other country, we're going to use your country as a staging ground. From your country, we're going to enter Gaza illegally. We're going to protest and do what? And do what? Egypt gives no fucks about the Palestinian people. I think that's a tragedy. At the same time, and I don't want to get into it because either people understand why the rest of the Middle East doesn't care about the Palestinians, or they don't want to know why the rest of the Middle East doesn't care about the Palestinians. Having a conversation with people about the Palestinians is difficult because I feel bad for the innocent Palestinians, but the Palestinian people have a long history of terrorist actions against all of their Arab state neighbors. The people going to Egypt looking to invade Gaza should be arrested for stupidity, if nothing else. Yes. Abso-motherfucking-lutely. Absolutely. You're being arrested for your own well-being because you're fucking stupid. Sorry.
We were on the march to
Let's see what else we got. Oh, I'm gonna play this. I'll play this one. It's a little bit longer one.
Iran's nuclear program and its right to go nuclear. Here is the Iranian perspective that Western media almost never covers. In fact, I live here in the UK and I've been consuming news for over 15 years. Not once have I heard the Iranian side of the story. Now, why not? Well, today I come to you with the Iranian take, because to be truly informed, you need to look at more than one perspective. So let's get cracking. Iran's leaders are asking a simple question. Why does America get to decide which countries have nuclear technology and which don't? When the US has thousands of nuclear warheads and allies like Israel have undisclosed or undeclared nuclear warheads. The Atomic Agency never looks at them. They didn't even sign an agreement with the Atomic Agency, so they can't actually enter Israel and inspect anything. So what's going on? What's the double standards for? From Tehran's point of view, the capital of Iran, this is pure hypocrisy. Israel has an estimated 90 nuclear warheads ready to go, has never signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty saying that nations can't just get nuclear weapons willy-nilly, yet they face zero sanctions, while Iran gets punished for uranium enrichment, not even having nuclear weapons, but enriching on its way to nuclear weapons potentially, and Iran gets sanctioned. That's technically legal, by the way, under international law. To enrich to not weapons grade is legal, right? Iranian officials argue they're being held to impossible standards while their regional rival gets a free pass. But here's where it gets really complicated. It was Trump who unilaterally withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal in 2018, the JCPOA, not Iran. So Iran kept to its word. Iran signed, the US signed, Iran kept to its word, the US broke its word and backed out unilaterally. The JCPOA.
Yeah, you keep saying the word unilaterally. Let me help you out with the word unilaterally. It just means one side decides to do something.
It was working, while according to international inspectors, Iran was complying at the time. And then America walked away and reimposed crushing sanctions, by the way. So I'm not just saying they walked away. They walked away and reimposed sanctions on the Iranian economy, choking it of its ability to grow and for its people, the Iranian people, to prosper. So Iranian leaders are essentially saying, why should we follow rules from a dead agreement when the other side already broke the rules? That absolutely makes no sense for them to, follow the rules. From Iran's perspective, therefore, they're surrounded by injustice, rule, and treaty-breaking diplomatic movements by the US and Israel. And they're surrounded physically by US military bases. They face constant threat from Israel, who literally just a month or so ago has been begging the US to help them attack preemptively Iranian nuclear sites.
Okay, I can agree with some of what he's saying. I can absolutely agree with some of what he's saying. You're not surrounded by US military bases. I'm so tired of the argument that people make that you're surrounded by US military bases. We have 11 floating fucking bases. We don't, yes, it is easier if the US can have ground operations because, and I know the US Navy doesn't like to hear this, but the US Navy is the boats and the US Air Force is the bombers. The U.S. Air Force and the U.S. Navy share the F-35, but the U.S. Navy's ability to fuck shit up is massive, but it pales in comparison to the U.S. Air Force's ability to fuck shit up. Like, yes, a destroyer, a battleship can fucking waylace to a whole area. Grandpa Buff, the B-52, can do that on a magnitude scale. But we don't need to have a base near Iran to fuck it up. We can fuck that shit up from the middle of the Gulf. Tomahawks. Have a good day, bitches. Like, the reason why Tehran is not allowed to develop nuclear weapons is they have literally gone on record as saying, as soon as we have a nuclear weapon, Israel will burn. And you wonder why we're not allowing you to get them.
And Iran is being denied the same nuclear technology that other countries have developed or are developing freely. India, Pakistan, they have nuclear weapons. How did they get them? Israel basically got given nuclear weapons technology. Now they have their own. How did they get them? Why is it that Iran is told by the only country in the world that actually used nuclear weapons against other human beings, civilians, hundreds of thousands of civilians lost their lives because of the US dropping nukes on Hiroshima and Nagasaki? They're arguably the most unreliable or most illegitimate authority on who should and should not have nuclear weapons if the perspective is for world safety, we're going to decide who can have and who cannot have nuclear weapons.
Okay. This is an amateur's argument because let me tell you that, first of all, there is no military historian that will ever make the argument that the use of nuclear weapons by the United States against Japan was a bad idea. Even Japan has said that the use of nuclear weapons against Japan was a legitimate use of nuclear weapons because the emperor had zero intention of surrendering. It saved millions of lives. It's important. It's important to remember that, a ground invasion of Japan would have been a bloodbath. I want to remind everybody that we dropped the little boy on Hiroshima on August 6th. And the emperor was not convinced we could do it again. So after fucking bombing Hiroshima with a nuclear weapon, the emperor of Japan was like, the war proceeds. And it was only when we dropped the second one that the emperor was like, holy shit, this is going to keep happening. I don't understand why people make the argument. Like, did people not understand that the United States has a damn near infinite supply of ballistic and kinetic weapons? It was a tragedy, but saved millions. No good thing happens in war. Right. War does not determine who is right. War determines who is left. Every country that has nukes wants every other country that does not have nukes to never get nukes. Is there any country with nukes that wants a non-nuke country to get nukes? No. And the trick is this. The United States doesn't want anybody to have nukes, including us. We have tried multiple times in our history to get rid of large sections of our nukes. In fact, we have gotten rid of huge swaths of our nuclear arsenal because we don't need them. We don't want to maintain them. Do you have any idea how costly it is to maintain nuclear weapons? Shit ain't free. We look at what, like, yes, he is right. We are the only country to ever release nuclear weapons. And we've never done it again. Although Kissinger advised using 15 tactical nuclear weapons, but luckily nobody really listened to him. But we're at the point where, yes, we have nuclear weapons, but you know what's scarier than nuclear weapons? Biological weapons, chemical weapons. That shit's scary.
Iranian officials claim their nuclear program, by the way, is purely for energy and medical purposes. Okay, maybe you don't buy that, but that's the official stance.
I don't believe a fucking single word that comes out of any Iranian official's mouth. And why is that? Because I don't believe a single fucking word that comes out of any official's mouth. I think the only leader on this planet who I would believe is when William becomes king, I might believe him. I might believe him. That's about the only person that I would believe. Why? Because I think he's just a good guy with a smoking hot wife. I truly believe that the UK would be better off asking Dad to step down, William to become king, and suspend Parliament for 10 years. Because a king can get so much more done than a parliament.
Right? And they're pointing out that the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, issued a religious decree called a fatwa forbidding nuclear weapons. So at the time of this recording, there is a religious decree in Iran, which is an Islamic republic, so it means a lot to have a religious decree saying we can't have nuclear weapons. It's not allowed. It's not permissible for us. Whether you believe that or not, Iran's argument is that they're being treated as guilty until proven innocent in a system where their enemies face absolutely no similar restrictions whatsoever. So the balance of power is completely skewed in an unreasonable geopolitical or geostrategic manner in the Middle East. The Iranian narrative is that this isn't about nuclear weapons. Okay, so now we're getting to the crux of the matter. This isn't about nuclear weapons. It's about sovereignty. It's about geopolitical power. It's about the right to exist without Western powers thousands of miles away dictating your future. So
You mean like Israel wanting to exist, but Iran funding Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, sections of the Iraqi, the schism in Iraq? You mean you want sovereignty and you don't want the world to keep you in check, but you're sending technology to Russia so that it can fight Ukraine? See, I'm all good if you want to say we have the right to our sovereignty. I love the sovereignty argument. Then why are you fucking with everybody else's? Why are you fucking with everybody else's sovereignty if your big issue is that you want sovereignty? All you would have to do is publicly tell Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis to stop attacking Israel. Stop threatening to mine the Strait of Hormuz and just say, look, we've been assholes for 45 years. What do we have to do to get out of the asshole column? Other countries have done this with the United States, and they're prospering. Iraq was one of them. Look, we were assholes. It was all the dictator's fault. What do we have to do? But Tehran keeps threatening fucking Israel.
Iran says this isn't really about nuclear weapons, because if it was, you'd treat other countries similarly. This is about you guys and your allies wanting to keep the status quo, which is you guys are on the top, everyone else is below you. One set of rules for the West, another set of rules for the rest. But the world order is not what it was a few decades ago. The world order is not a unipolar United States hegemonic world superpower order and everyone else lives under you quietly or resisting in a sort of asymmetrical warfare, asymmetrical dynamic.
Asymmetrical warfare? You mean like terrorism? You mean like Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas? You mean like that? That asymmetrical warfare?
No. The world order is shifting to a bipolar and eventually a multipolar order where the global south does not need to bow down and be subservient to the Western powers of old and the old empire and the old continent of Europe and the United States.
I just want to bring up a point here. Why is it that you say the old order, yet Persia existed thousands of years before the United States? Why is it that a country all the way the fuck on the edge of a globe, globes don't have edges, but you know what I mean, has to be involved with every fucking temper tantrum around the world?
The times are shifting and the world is bigger than just the UN Security Council, which by majority is Western power led.
The UN Security Council is Western power-led. Shut the fuck up. Go do some homework. How are you going to say, Russia and China are permanent members of the UN Security Council? So how are you going to say that it's Western power led, right? Permanent members are Russia, United States, Britain, China, and France. The current non-permanent members, South Korea, Algeria, Sierra Leone, Slovenia, Guyana, and the people, I don't have the most up-to-date one, but the individuals that were until the end of 2024, it was Ecuador, Japan, Malta, Mozambique, and Switzerland. No, India doesn't need a permanent seat. The permanent seats are good how they are. China, Russia, the United States, Britain, and France. We don't need to give anybody else a permanent seat. In fact, I would argue that Britain or France should give up their permanent seat. Although Britain is now not part of the EU, so Britain is that and France is the representative for the EU. I would argue that France and Germany should swap every couple of years as who has the permanent seat, just to make the EU feel more represented. But the thing is that the UN, if we want to talk about where the problem is, the problem with the UN Security Council is that it never gets anything done. Because, or maybe Poland, maybe we let Poland be in the triple mix with France, Germany, and Poland. Poland's the new little Texas. But we have China, France, Russia, the United Kingdom, the United States, Algeria, Denmark, Greece, Pakistan, Panama, Korea, Sierra Leone, Slovenia, Somalia. The fuck Somalia's on the Security Council right now. Why not both be in? Because we don't want there to be more than 5 permanent seats on the Security Council, because the Security Council can already not get anything done. Who's the big threat right now? Iran. The UN can't do anything against Iran because China or Russia will say no. The United States is the problem. The United States is going to say, no, we're not. The UN is a fucking terrible idea because it was brought about during the wrong era. In order for the UN to fucking work, is there anybody who believes that a country that says we're going to nuke another country should be allowed to have nukes? Because what the fuck?
So Iran and potentially other countries in the months potentially and the years to come might say, enough is enough. We're going to take our security, we're going to take our safety, we're going to take our sovereignty into our own hands. And you guys are not ones to tell us what to do. Anyway, time will tell how things turn out.
Well, let me help this guy out. Let me help the rest of the world out with this. There is a way to say we're going to take our sovereignty into our own hands. But there's a way to not do that. What Iran is doing right now is Iran is going to, and as I've said, I'm so tired of dealing with these fucking countries. Here's President Jalan's plan. If you put one fucking boat in the Strait of Hormuz, because you don't know how to manage your boats, I'll simply destroy all your boats for you. I will let you know it's about to happen. I will give you time to evacuate your docks, your ports, your piers, and your boats. If you choose to, you do. If you don't, you don't. Then I'll blow them all up. Then I'll say, hey, keep your fucking ballistic missiles inside your own country. If one comes out of fucking Iran, I will just simply eliminate your ability to launch ballistic missiles. And the fastest way to eliminate your ability to launch ballistic missiles is to simply flatten all of your power production capability. Because power production is a tier 1 resource. If I take away your ability to produce power, I take away your ability to fire missiles, make missiles, refuel missiles, launch missiles. Well, what gives the United States the right to do that? What gives you the right to fucking mine the Strait of Hormuz? If we're going to start talking about who gives who the right to do what, well then, unfortunately, we got to go all the way back academically to the state of nature. We are tribal, might makes right, and your tribe is fucking with my tribe. Which isn't a world I want to live in. But we've got people protesting. We've got people protesting shit that's fucking dumb. We've got people protesting because they're being fed material to protest with. You can't be illegal on stolen land. You're right, you can't be illegal on stolen land. We bought that land from Mexico. Mexico wasn't even governing California, New Mexico, Nevada. They sold it to the US. They didn't even fucking want it. They sold it. It ain't like we launched a war and we took it. We bought Louisiana from France. We bought the the West from Mexico. We bought Alaska from Russia. Remember a couple of years ago where Russia turned around and said the sale of Alaska to the United States was illegal and they were going to take steps to get it back? And the US was like, bring it, bitches. Like, yes. Unfortunately, the Virgin Islands from Denmark, but the Virgin Islands from Denmark is banned because of the word virgin. But it's simply a matter of, we need to understand we're in the present, and the past is the past. We can't undo the past. And as I've said before, if we undid the past, I don't know where the fuck I end up. Because if I go back to Ireland, well, my clan didn't originate in Ireland. We were banished from Wales. We ended up in Wales from French Gaul. When the Romans invaded Gaul, my clan went to the Middle East for a while because they slipped down around the Roman armies, and that's why certain words in certain languages are the way they are. Like, what everybody ends up back in, you know, the cradle of civilization. The American Indians like to say, well, our land is our land. It wasn't your fucking land. You crossed over the land bridge from Asia, which is why Native Americans genetically share a lot of characteristics with Asians. Ain't nobody owned the fucking land, so let's stop fighting about it. I'm gonna switch topics here real quick. I'm gonna play a video that shows you why we can't make any progress on these stupid racial relations. This is the stupidity of the race argument. My friend was using the land ownership argument. I used my house I bought 10 years ago. By his logic, the guy I bought it from, since they owned it for 20 years before selling it to me, I should give it back. Or even better, the argument is that they own the house for 20 years, and if something happens to their house, they can just show up at your house and kick you out of it because it used to be theirs. I'm going to play this one. This one's going to get a little racial. It's going to get a little spicy, but just listen to it and then we'll break it down.
Black Americans are about 13 to 14% of the population.
Yes,
about half of all prisoners are black.
Exactly.
So blacks commit more crimes than whites do. They commit more murders. They commit more arsons. They commit more kidnappings. For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 58% of all the murders. That's not a war on drugs. That's a culture problem.
Okay, so let's talk about that culture. Black people have been legislatively subjugated up until 1965. I'll give it, I mean, honestly, it's later, but let's just say 1965. You do not think that 10 generations of legislative subjugation and slavery during that time, 4,000 black men, women, and children are lynched as the result of race riots in this country? You do not think that these things have a lasting effect? We have had 10 generations of subjugation and 4 of legislative freedom.
Of course they have an impact, but it's more on you to explain why things got worse since the Civil Rights Act. More violent, less fathers around, poorer. Why is that? So,
because of mass incarceration and the unfair criminalization of black men.
But let's just take murders, for example. Why blacks are 13% of the population and commit 58% of the murders? Why is that?
Because people in affluent and whiter neighborhoods are not being policed at the same rate. There are more police.
I'm talking about dead bodies. There's no, like, we're not talking about policing. We're talking about murders. Why are so many blacks committing murders outside of their population?
Okay, let's take it back to some history.
I'm curious for an answer to that question.
I'm going to give you one. So let's go to redlining. Okay, redlining.
Redlining
yes.
is why so many blacks are killing each other?
No, let me finish my claim.
Okay.
And then you can respond. Is that okay? Okay. So redlining, federally mandated or sustained by the FHA, right? Separating black Americans to specifically impoverished and relegated areas of the country. We are incapable of buying homes and putting equity into neighborhoods with lower crime rates and better educational systems. We do not have access to things that would uplift and help our community. When you are put in an environment that promotes and reinforces social and economic inequality, you become desperate and are forced to do things
Like kill
that
people.
maybe don't align with your
But
values.
what you're making an excuse for a lot of
Now,
murder,
when you
and
have
a lot of stealing,
a high
but-
concentration
but
of a subjugated people in
Hold on.
one area,
If you were right, when blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous, there was less break-ins. Why is that?
so I'm sorry, are you trying to say that blacks thrive under subjugation?
No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm asking you the question. The data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was evil. But what happened? Something changed. They committed less crimes.
Maybe they were
less
afraid. I mean, 4,000 black men, women, and children were killed
Okay, so
in
that's-
violent
if that's
lynch
your-
mobs.
If that's your explanation, but I guess
Racial
so, but
terror
black-
permeated
black
American culture for hundreds of years.
Black America is
you don't
worse than
think
it has been
that
in the
affected
last 80 years.
the generational psyche of an entire group of people?
Well, I'm sure it did. I'm not discounting that. I'm just trying to understand why is it the more social welfare we've done. So we've spent $20 trillion on uplifting black communities. 20 trillion, and black Americans are poor. We've done everything that's been asked.
You haven't done everything
Hold on.
that's been asked, though.
Great society.
Because what is
food
being
stamps,
asked?
subsidized housing, Medicaid, public schooling, subsidized college. We're talking about $20 trillion that has been spent on the Great Society. And yet black America is poorer, more murderous, more dangerous. So there's an explanation. I'm asking you
But
to
we are
explain
not
that to me.
asking for handouts. We are asking for equity.
Hold on,
And
what is
part
that?
of
What does
equity,
equity mean?
is
you mean taking
allow-
from other people?
Excuse me, it means sharing.
Excuse me, it means sharing. Okay, so she had all these great points that you think you're hoping that she's eventually going to get somewhere. You're hoping that she's eventually going to get to some revelation. I know a lot of people don't like Charlie Kirk. Okay, I get it. People don't like Charlie Kirk. I wish to God Charlie Kirk would just fucking take some night classes, get a goddamn college degree. I wish he would, because then there's a certain legitimacy that comes from having a college degree. It's bullshit, but it comes with it. Good Will Hunting, great movie. You can get a fucking education for $1.95 in late fees from the fucking local bookstore. I 100% agree with it, 100% concur with it. I have 3 bachelor's degrees, a graduate degree, and 8 associate's degrees. By the way, having 8 associate's degrees is bullshit, right? It's bullshit because once you have a bachelor's degree, getting an associate's degree is 5 classes. You need 15 credit hours. In most community colleges just want your money. You don't like the cutting in. He does sit back when asked, but he just jumps to stuff. And that's okay because he's jumping to stuff because he gives her a lot of time. And remember, that's chopped up differently in order for it to be a short. It's another thing I don't like about Charlie Kirk. You get a lot of his shorts, but you can't get the full cut. It's really difficult to find the full cut source material. But with that said, right? With that piece said, why is it you're going to keep dodging the question? You're going to keep dodging the question of why is 13% of the population committing 58% of the murders? And it's not that it's not that 53% of the murders victims are black. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a problem in 4 more generations. If 13% of the population was killing 58% of the population, pretty soon you're not going to have a population. As I've shown on the show, and I'm more than happy to do it again, we spend more money per student in black neighborhoods than we do in white neighborhoods, but the white neighborhoods have a higher graduation rate than the black neighborhoods. You can't say you want sharing because fundamentally, I don't have a legal right or a legal mandate to share shit with you. I am not required by law to share shit with you. And what I'm tired of hearing, and I'm like, a couple of weeks ago, I showed a bunch of videos on black fatigue. Black people talking about black fatigue, not white people talking about it. Black people fed up with it. How is it that Ireland has only had peace since 1994? And yet Southern Ireland is affluent. And for people to say, oh, well, you're all Irish. If you're not familiar with the Irish Catholics hate Irish Protestants. Hate them. Fucking hate them. You might as well be 2 different races. The sympathizers in Northern Ireland are not considered Irish by the Irish. Ireland is having race riots at the moment. No, they're not. It is not fair to say Ireland is having race riots. Ireland was having immigration riots. Ireland was having riots where they said to their government, we don't want you to give. Fucking, we don't want you to open the doors. We don't want these people. We don't want immigrants. We don't want them because our society can't absorb them. Look at France. Look at France right now. Look at the UK. These governments opened up their doors for refugees. Look at your fucking societies. Right? Look at your societies. Women afraid to walk at night in certain countries. And this has only happened in the last 5 or 6 years. And it's not about those people being lesser people or worse people or evil people. It's about the cultures. It's about saying, you take a person and you try to force another group into an existing culture, your natural response is to become expansively violent to carve out a piece for yourself. For example, I think Spain, I think, hold on, let me correct myself. Let me correct, because I might be wrong and I don't want to misspeak. And I have the internet from siesta. I think fucking the whole country needs to look at the idea of siesta. I love the idea of siesta. And why? Because between 2 and 4 o'clock in Mexico and 2 and 4 o'clock in most countries is the hottest part of the day. So what do you do at about 2 o'clock? You go fucking home for lunch. You take a little nap. You go back to work at 4 and you might work till 6 or 7. I think siesta is a fucking cultural tradition that every culture should appropriate. I think it's fucking brilliant. I think it's fucking amazing. But other people that I've been with in Mexico, when I was studying down there, you're like, shit, it's 2:30. Yeah, we can't run back into town until 4. Why? Because nothing's open. They're closed. Well, that's bullshit. No, it's not bullshit. It's their culture. It's a great fucking idea. We're out here sweating our asses off. They're inside in the fucking air conditioning taking a goddamn nap. But imagine how people respond. Oh, these fucking lazy people. They fucking closed at 2. I can't get any. It's because you're culturally intolerant. The idea, see, this is fucking great. I fucking love it. What do you guys think? Why do you guys think I end my show at 2? Why does Jay end his show at 2? Fucking siesta. The problem here is that if you make the excuse over and over and over and over again that black people have been marginalized, it's been 4 generations. Your own, her words, not mine. It's been 4 generations. Do you think LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, Dennis Rodman, Scottie Pippen, Denzel Washington, Morgan Freeman, any of those, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, do you think any of those individuals, Shaquille O'Neal, do you think any of those individuals, Bo Jackson, Frank Thomas, do you think any of those individuals, Cuba Gooding Jr., you know, do you think any of those individuals are saying this bullshit? They're all fucking multimillionaires, billionaires. Do you think any of them are saying, I couldn't make it? Morgan Freeman has said multiple times in his life, if you want to stop racism, stop talking about racism. The moment you stop talking about racism, it goes away. It goes away. Why can't these kids read? Why does it have to be why can't these black kids read? Why are the schools failing black kids? No. Why are schools failing kids? But nobody wants to have that discussion. People want their racism. Because as long as people have their racism, there is a box to divide you from me. What is a closer, tighter binding demographic your skin color or your socioeconomic status. Because there's more poor white people in America than there are black people in America. I would think, and if you know your history from the 80s, about 85 to present day, I don't have to feel accountable if I have an excuse. I don't have to feel accountable, and I don't need an excuse. If you know your history, you have the whites, you have the blacks, and you have the Hispanics. And of course, you have the Asians down here, but they're such a small minority. We acknowledge you, but you didn't link up with anybody. Did the Hispanics, when they got called minorities too, did they link up with the blacks? No, because the Hispanics looked at the math. And the Hispanics, when it was about 63% white in this country, the Hispanics said, we can link up with the blacks and be minorities together, but it's still not going to get us anywhere. Or we can try to link up with the whites. And now, what does the form say? White Hispanic, or it might also say Latino, white, non-Hispanic. Has anybody noticed this trend in about the last 3 years? The Hispanics don't want to be Hispanic anymore. They want to be white. They want the forms to say, I'm white, but I'm of Hispanic origin. Because I don't want to be a minority. I want to be part of the majority. Think about white for a second and about how stupid this shit is. I'm Irish, but I'm white. You're English, but you're white. You're French, but you're white. You're Greek, but you're white. Motherfucker, you ain't white, you're olive. But you're white. You're Italian, but you're white. You're Swedish, you're Finnish, you're Danish, but you're white. How many hyphenated Americans are there? You're Irish American, you're Italian American, but you're all white. But God forbid you're African American. So the Hispanics in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s, they looked at this situation and they said, we want to become part of the majority, not part of the problematic minority. Do you think all those rich black people that I mentioned, do you think Colin Powell was a great example of this. And this is Chris Rock's skit. I'm sorry. It's George Carlin's skit. Happens to be. Colin Powell is openly white. He just happens to be black. Colin Powell had more in common with white people than he did with black people. Denzel Washington has an amazing fucking quote on this. He said, Steven Spielberg, I forgot what movie it is, so you'll have to forgive me, but Denzel Washington was in a movie, and he said this movie needed a black director. And the reason why it needed a black director wasn't a color thing, it was a culture thing. He said, and again, I apologize, I don't know what movie it is, and I should, because I'm using the example, so bad on me. But he said, a white director isn't going to understand the feeling of a hot comb on your neck, but a black director probably will. And that's a great example. That is a great fucking example of why it's not a racial thing, it's a cultural thing. I don't know how to shoot that scene with a hot comb touching somebody's skin because I don't know how big of a reaction is. Now, do I know how big of a reaction it is when a white girl puts a curling iron on her neck? Yes, I do, because I've fucking seen it as a dad. I've seen that wound. I've seen that hysteria. It's not a race thing. It's a culture thing. Hot comb going through your hair, it smells. I have no idea. It's not part of my culture. I have no idea. right? I have no idea. But we got to stop this race bullshit. And we've got to stop the bullshit about race. We've got to stop it. I'm going to show you a video, and I'm sure somebody's going to turn this video into a racial thing, right? I'm sure somebody's going to try to turn this, and this is horrific. So this is a piece of extreme news. If you're sensitive to extreme news, you might want to, turn the audio off for a minute. And yes, that was somebody just got run over. I responded to this on Twitter because I'm tired of the bullshit. I am tired of the fucking bullshit with people. What I said was, and I'm going to show you all the evidence. At 7 seconds into the video, you see a protester damage the tail light section. Yes, it was Florida. See a protester damage the tail light section of that vehicle. In Florida, the dollar amount threshold for a felony is $1,000. A broken taillight assembly on an SUV can range from $100 for the light bulb to $1,000 or more for the assembly. The driver is conducting lawful activity, driving in traffic. The protester is engaged in unlawful activity, vandalizing and or destroying property, and assaulting the driver. It would be reasonable for the driver to fear the threat of imminent harm, considering their vehicle has been surrounded. Florida law 776.031, use or threatened use of force in defense of property, is what becomes relevant here. Why are you doing that? Why is there no fucking scroll bar? Can't zoom in on these fucking pages. A person is justified in using or threatening to use deadly force only if he or she reasonably believes that such conduct is necessary to prevent the imminent commission of a forcible felony. A person who uses or threatens to use deadly force in accordance with this subsection does not have a duty to retreat and has the right to stand his or her ground if the person using or threatening to use the deadly force is not engaged in a criminal activity and is in a place where he or she has a right to be. You surrounded the vehicle of a driver. You damaged that vehicle. That driver has every right to believe you have committed assault. Now, what's the difference between assault and battery? Assault. The threat of violence is enough to constitute assault. No physical content is necessary. The purpose is to threaten. The nature of the crime is not necessarily physical. You surrounded that vehicle. You're operating illegally. And yes, I feel bad because the person who got run over was not the person who hit the back of the car. But what the fuck are you doing there? There's an individual who posts a lot of shit. And what he posted was, that's illegal and disgusting. I know rioters are bad, but unless my life feels threatened, I'm not going to just run people over. But unless my life feels threatened. So it is legal based on Florida law and your own justification. You said, unless your life. Do you know the driver's state of mind? And do you know how I don't run into the problem of wondering if I'm making somebody nervous? I don't fuck with people. I don't go out of my way to fuck with people. What are you protesting? You're out there what the fuck exactly there were 1,500 protests on Friday. What the fuck exactly were people protesting? I talked to dozens of people who told me they were at protests. And they all said to me, I don't know. I'm not really sure. No King Day. Can you tell me exactly how to motherfuck Donald Trump? And remember, I don't like Donald Trump. I do not like Donald Trump. I do not like his policies. I do not like his methods. About 1 out of every 10 things he does, I agree with. 1 out of 10. His approval rating with me is about 10%. So who is signing up for the Trump mobile phone plan and data plan? I wonder if there's a direct line to Donald if you buy his phone. Here's the thing. I don't agree with 90% of the shit that he does. I agree with about 10% of it. Well, what the fuck exactly is he doing that people are saying we don't have kings in this country? Trying to get the governor of California and Illinois to follow federal law makes him a king? Look, you're a governor and you're in violation of the law. The law states, was a celebration of the U.S. not having any kings, something we can all get behind. I want a king, goddammit. I want one person to have ultimate authority for 10 years. Donald Trump dodged the draft 6 times for bone spurs in his feet. I served for 15 years with bone spurs in my feet. Donald Trump... okay, so this right here is my retirement certificate. I can't show it to you because I don't have the... oh, actually, I do. Here is my wonderful retirement certificate. I do have the blackout, the piece blacked out. It is signed, one of these is signed by Donald Trump. Yeah, my certificate of appreciation is signed by Donald Trump. No, he didn't, a draft dodger didn't get a military parade. Just so everybody is aware, the United States Army filed for a permit and permission to have a parade which was granted under the Biden administration. Because and I don't agree that it was the Army's 250th birthday. It was the Continental Army's 250th birthday, but we haven't had a Continental Army for whatever, 238 years. All that aside, if they want to have a birthday celebration, have a birthday celebration. But it's the Army's birthday. It is Trump's birthday. It was Trump's birthday. The U.S. Army's birthday is June 14th. Donald Trump happened to be born on the same day. Yes, it's a coincidence. Also, statistically speaking, you only need 26 people in a room to have like an 80 some odd % chance that 2 people share a birthday. Anyway, I don't agree with Donald Trump, but I do agree with the idea. 24 for 50%. Yeah, it's 26 for like 80%. The problem becomes, what are you protesting? Because if you're protesting, and I agree with everybody's right to protest, but if you're going to protest, then you need to have 2 things. Number 1, you have to have a grievance. And number 2, you have to have a proposed solution. What's the grievance? All these people are protesting against the ICE raids. Okay, you're protesting against the ICE raids. So what you want to do is you want to say, you want to say it's okay for people to enter your country illegally. It's kind of like people get mad at me when I try to break their argument down. There's no such thing as pro-life, pro-choice. It's bullshit. You're not pro-life, you're not pro-choice. You're pro-abortion, anti-abortion. You're pro-abortion, anti-abortion. You have reasons that you're pro-abortion or anti-abortion, but you're either pro-abortion or anti-abortion. Pro-life people don't like me because when I go at them and I say, how many hours a week do you volunteer at the orphanage? How many hours a week do you volunteer with Big Brothers Big Sisters? How many foster kids do you have? How many hours a week do you read books to underprivileged kids at the library? The answer is always 0, 0, 0, 0. Well, if you're not doing any of those other things, how are you pro-life? You're anti-abortion. So just be anti-abortion. And you can be anti-abortion for 57 million different reasons, and then we can talk about them. And guess what? The people that want to say they're pro-choice, as you guys have heard me say on my show, morally, I'm anti-abortion. Politically, I'm pro-abortion. Because I don't, I don't want to be told that I can't have a medical procedure that I want, which could then get wrapped up in the guise of I can't have what I want because somebody else voted that women can't have what they want. I'm sick again. There's nothing I can do. There's something wrong. My body hates me. I'm sick again. I've been sick for about the last 5 years. It's been a pain in the ass to be a streamer, but I'm going to keep doing this until I die. I don't want to be told that I can't have a method of treatment because I don't get to make my own decisions. And that gets rolled up in the same pro-choice debate. And I know people don't like that, but why don't we make organ donation mandatory? Well, because I don't want to. That's why you have to opt in to be an organ donor. Every single day in America, thousands of usable organs don't get donated to people who need them because those people haven't opted in to organ donation. We could make one simple change to the law and save hundreds of thousands of lives. And that change to the law is all viable organs will be donated unless you have opted out of organ donation. But then we'd be taking away your right to choose. We'd also be shitting on certain people's cultural beliefs. But we can't do that. We're in a situation right now where people are protesting, and God bless you if you want to protest. But for fuck's sake, at least know what you're protesting. What's your grievance? What's your complaint? What are you trying to change? What are you trying to make better? If you don't know any of those things, right? No, you would be shitting on them because and here's why. Jewish individuals need to go to the grave whole. They need to be processed, and I shouldn't say processed because it makes it sound like they're a side of beef. They need to be prepared for burial within a specific amount of time. And they go to the grave whole. Now, it's not all Jews, it's certain sects of Judaism. They don't donate their organs because they have to go into the ground whole. Some of them, like if they get a tooth extracted, they keep the tooth for their whole life, and then when they die, the tooth is included in the coffin, in the burial shroud. If you made organ donation mandatory unless you opt out, you could have a member of that belief that gets their organs taken, and they didn't know to opt out. And so logically we say it would be better if, but better for who? Better for whom? We're just in a shitty situation where people are protesting and they don't know why. They don't know what they're trying to achieve. I'm going to show a video about how the country should work. This is how the process should work every day of the week when it comes to immigration.
In a Fox exclusive, you're watching an incredibly rare interaction as the jail in Los Angeles transfers an illegal alien to ICE custody. The sanctuary jurisdiction forced to hand this Mexican national over thanks to a first-of-its-kind federal operation.
With this operation, we're going to be neutralizing California's sanctuary state policies.
Bill Essayli is the U.S. Attorney in L.A. and the architect of Operation Guardian Angel.
California is the testing ground on this. We are one of the largest sanctuary jurisdictions.
All right, guys, thanks for circling up.
So how does it work? Essayli has created a federal task force made up of ICE, HSI, FBI, DEA, and ATF, all working together out of this office in downtown L.A.
How's his criminal history? He's got the domestic violence.
They scan these criminal databases daily to find illegal aliens in local jails who have been previously deported from the United States.
We have a warrant for your arrest.
If they've returned to the U.S., they've committed a federal felony known as illegal reentry. And Essayli's office will immediately seek a criminal arrest warrant against them, which, unlike an ICE detainer, sanctuary jails can't ignore.
We're going to flood the system with warrants for criminal illegal immigrants that are in county jails. They can ignore a detainer, but they cannot ignore a criminal arrest warrant.
Cannot ignore a criminal defense warrant, or criminal offense warrant, sorry. Why do we have to get to this level of fucking stupid to get one section of our government to coincide with another section of our government? It's beyond stupid. It's beyond asinine. Look, if the governors want to talk about sovereignty, the governors can talk about sovereignty. But Article 10 of the Constitution, which gives you your sovereignty, states anything not reserved by the federal government is the purview of the state. But anything reserved by the federal government is the purview of the federal government. Immigration is a federal thing. And again, what people are protesting is they're protesting, well, we're a country founded by immigrants. Yeah, come here legally. Just come here legally. Why are we debating come here legally or come here illegally? All the people that were out protesting the anti-ICE, fucking arrest them. I made this video as a running joke. This was a running joke, but you're throwing bricks at ICE agents, right? What are you doing?
I tell you what, why don't we just fucking kill everyone? Just to make sure.
Like, look, man, if you're throwing fucking bricks at ICE agents, go to fucking jail. People were upset about the Florida sheriff who said, if you throw bricks... Oh, wait, hold on. I might have a video on this one. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe. Did I pull this video down? Oh, no, I didn't. There's a guy, he's wait, yes, I did. Here we go.
If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead.
You know, when I was in the war zone, I've had many things thrown at me. Bricks, saw blades, Molotov cocktails, rocks, and not a single fucking time did we shoot into the crowd. We were specifically told that we do not kill unarmed civilians in Iraq in a fucking war zone. And every single one of you veterans that have been in Iraq or Afghanistan, you fucking know. You fucking know. So why is this sheriff telling the public that if American citizens throw rocks at his officers, that they are going to fucking shoot them dead? Why is he doing that in Iraq when we didn't even do that shit in a fucking war zone? Tell me. Fucking tell me. Every single one of you veterans, you fucking know. You fucking know. And let me remind you that at these protests, it is going to be your cousins, your nieces, your nephews, your aunts, your uncles, your friends, their children, and this motherfucker is telling his police officers to shoot into the crowd if somebody throws a fucking rock. Tell me again how this is not authoritarianism. Tell me. I would love to know. Now, I need to be careful what I say on this app, because I assure you, if that happens, people are going to regret it. People are absolutely going to regret it. This is not what we stand for. It is not. It is absolutely not. And if you
be careful throwing that almighty we around, man, because it is what I stand for. If you go to a rally and you get to that rally and there's a magical pallet of fucking bricks, then you know what you should do? You should alert law enforcement that there's a magical pallet of fucking bricks so that law enforcement can come and any member of the crowd can alert the police that a pallet of bricks has been introduced into the crowd. And know what they could do? They could say, as a concerned citizen, I'd like this pallet of bricks removed. And now all you have to do you claim ownership of the bricks? I don't claim ownership of the bricks, but I claim ownership of the problem. Can you please remove them?
you think that it is, then you are a fucking traitor. And I have never said that.
And you can go fuck yourself if you call me a traitor, because I think this is part of the problem. Because I want to remind people of the First fucking Amendment. The First Amendment is really important. The First Amendment is paramount to a free society. There is no other country on the planet, and I'm sorry, Europeans in my audience, when I say this, but there is no other country on the planet that has a First Amendment, an embodiment of rights as potent as the United States.
On this app, ever. I do not use that word lightly. If you think shooting civilians for throwing rocks at law enforcement is an acceptable action, then you are an absolute fucking traitor. To that sheriff, that motherfucker's a liability. He is an absolute liability.
Or, you know who the liability could be? The liability could be the people throwing bricks at police officers. I want to clue people in. The right of the people peaceably to assemble. You know how you make it really easy for the person that got hit with a brick to be the one who gets shot? When you see that brick arm coming that way, everybody scatters so the police can say, oh, it's that motherfucker. That's the motherfucker that just threw the brick. You know what else works? And I saw a lot of good protesters. I saw protesters tackling the assholes attacking the cops so the cops could come in and cuff and scoot out the fucking troublemaker. The cops left the rest of the fucking demonstration alone. It's not a smart fucking play to walk up to a cop and spray him with an unknown liquid. That's bioterrorism. The guy with the rifle in his bag and they all just pointed at him. Right. Deadly force deserves deadly force. That asshole wants to talk about it's your cousin, your niece, your nephew, your aunt. What about the fucking police officers? That's my cousin. Those are my nieces. So who the fuck are you to say who's a traitor and who's not? To keep the traitor thing going, people that don't understand the fucking oath of office, right? I am tired of people who did not serve in the military telling me how the fuck the oath of office works. If you didn't serve in the military, shut the fuck up about how the oath of office works.
People who are part of the National Guard in LA, if you are called in today, please remember your oath and that you serve and protect the people.
Sorry, sweetheart, but soldiers don't need crazed liberals who are attacking federal agents to tell them about their oath. Because the oath says I, with your name, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me. And when those soldiers are protecting federal agents, conducting legal raids, they are supporting and defending the Constitution of the United States. And when they do whatever they have to do to all of you crazies that are attacking them, that is defending it from domestic. Y'all are currently making yourselves domestic enemies. And as a former soldier myself, let me just tell you that the military is very good at dealing with enemies. So I am thrilled that you guys have decided to become one.
He's that particular creator. I'm going to try to start leaning away from showing his shit. He goes after people about their choices, and he's got another warrant out for his arrest. So he makes good points, but he grows in popularity. Right. But my job in the military was never to defend the people. And it's semantics. A lot of people say it's semantics. My job is not to defend the people. My job is to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. There were a lot of times, a lot of places that members of the military didn't want to be where they were because morally, ethically, logically, members of the military didn't agree with why we were there. Why are we now taking back this fucking piece of road for the 5th time? We keep taking this piece of road back, we secure it, we keep giving it back to the Iraqi military, and then they keep letting fucking terrorist assholes plant IEDs on it. Why don't we just hold the fucking road? It's like we had a debate on my channel here a couple of years ago back in the Biden administration when Joe Biden gave up the Kabul airport. Gosh, with shit kicking off in Iran right now, it might be nice if we had that fucking military base on Iran's eastern flank, right? There was a reason why we put about $1 trillion into that airport. Well, we couldn't keep it because it wasn't our sovereign land. It's, okay. Fair argument, but we kind of needed it. We kind of needed it, and guess what? When we left, Afghanistan fell to the Taliban again, and 20 years there was a waste of our fucking time. So every man and woman in the service who died in Afghanistan died for nothing. If when we had a presence in Afghanistan, it put a check and balance on Iran and Pakistan.
Who are part of the...
But people need to stop thinking that the military took an oath to you, because they did not. Now, what about morality? If you guys don't know who this is Penn Jillette. He is a famous magician. He's also never been afraid to share some of his views.
If there is no God, what stops you from raping and killing everyone you want to rape and kill? What stops you from doing that? And my answer is always, you're absolutely right. I have raped and killed every single person I want to rape and kill. And that number is 0, you evil mother! It's 0! It's a goose egg! And if your number is a positive integer, sign up for prison! Get the out of our society! Because morality is more important than God!
I show that clip because it aligns with all these protesters who are throwing bricks at police officers, throwing rocks at police officers, throwing firebombs at police officers. All these people out there that are teaching people how to resist. I want to remind you, if you're teaching people how to properly neutralize pepper spray, how to properly neutralize tear gas, how to properly neutralize gas grenades, flashbangs. There is a reason why the use of non-lethals is tick, 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 and then there's a line and they start using lethals. Teaching people, oh yeah, vandalism, like people spray painted over Kobe Bryant's mural with his daughter, right? Yeah, if you're neutralizing all of our less than lethal options, we only have one left. It's like I saw somebody say that trash can lids will deflect bullets. Are you fucking stupid? Number one, a trash can lid will not deflect a bullet. Number two, if you start carrying plate steel that can deflect a bullet, does anybody want to take a fucking guess as to what the standard loadout becomes? Oh, armor-piercing rounds? Yeah, that's what the standard loadout then becomes. Do you know what an armor-piercing round does to a fucking human body? It puts a hole in it. And the person behind them. And the person behind them. And a pretty good fucking chance that it goes into the person behind them and stops in the fourth person. Why is it in this country we're fucking dumb? If you want to protest, get a fucking permit. If you want to protest, don't block traffic. If you, like, I will tell you, the last time we had this round of fucking protesting bullshit, I went to the airport early. And I went to the airport early because I didn't want to miss my fucking flight. I will be completely honest. My vacation means more to me than what's going on in the rest of the world. Because I can safely say, let me do a real quick piece of math here. So I'm on vacation 19 days this year. I do more, I'll call it 20. I do more in the other 345 days a year for a lot of these movements than these other people do. I went to the airport early. I stayed around the corner. I knew there wouldn't be any protests on this particular road because there's no point in protesting there. And one way, shape, form, or the other, I could get to the airport within 2 hours. Even if I had to fucking walk it, I'd be able to get to the airport. I do more for your fucking cause in the other 345 days a year this year than you do, but you're gonna block my fucking route for me to go on my vacation? I don't feel bad about going to Disney. I like Disney. I need a mental break. I'm fucking dying. I need to spend time with my kid. I've had people tell me that I hate Arabs. I've gotten hate mail, hate messages. I hate Arabs. I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? I condemn Israel. I condemn Israel for its fucking war crimes against the Palestinian people. But I condemn the Palestinian people for not rounding up Hamas, fucking lynching them, and saying to the Israelis, hey, stop hanging from these light poles and these fucking signs are all the goddamn leaders of Hamas. If 5,000 members of Hamas can enslave what's left of the Palestinian people now, 1.9 million Palestinians, I want to just put this into some perspective. If 5,000 hardcore members of Hamas can subjugate 1.9 million now surviving Palestinians, then guess what? You're part of the fucking problem. Yeah, some of you may die. And I'm not saying some of you won't die. But you elected a terrorist organization to lead you in 2007. They did nothing to advance the cause of your country. Instead of spending money to maintain the sewer infrastructure, they spent it on building rocket delivery systems to bomb Israel. One of your 2 major aquifers is now filled with sewage that will take 50 years to rehabilitate, remediate. You elected them. In the very fucking charter of Hamas, it says our goal is to eliminate the Zionist state. If these are the things you believe in and you support, actively or passively, at some fucking point, you knew Israel was going to come off the chain. Break. Israel, you're conducting illegal warfare because you're indiscriminately dropping cluster bombs on fucking apartment buildings. It is easy for me to turn around and blame. I would love to get into a debate with Ben Shapiro, because I would hold him to the point of, do you think Israel is conducting a legal war when they have killed, maimed, or injured 47,000 children? And he would try to spin it, and I'd be like, no, motherfucker, stay on my question. Is it a legal war when you have killed, maimed, or injured 47,000 children? Because that is a yes or no question. Either you think your war is legal or you don't. If you think killing if you think that you didn't radicalize 300,000 or 400,000 Palestinians, then you're dumb. I'll tell you right now, right? If my 19-year-old daughter was minding her own fucking business and she got crushed in the head by ICE just because my 19-year-old daughter, she's Irish and Mexican, if she got crushed in the fucking head because of the color of her skin, I, as an educated individual, would say, what was she doing? If she was at a protest acting a clown, acting a fool, I'd be sad she got crushed in the head. But I would say, because I'm a logical, rational person, I would say she was being a fool ass, doing fool ass things in a fool ass place. She got her comeuppance. But if my kid was just going to work and got crushed in the head by ICE, and I saw body camera footage that she didn't resist, she didn't mouth off, just some ICE agent decided to hit a dark kid in the head with a baton, the only thing stopping me from becoming a domestic terrorist would be my other child and my spouse and my grandkids. Now imagine my whole family was in a van and ICE blew it up, and I have no wife, I have no kids, and I have no grandkids. What stops me then from becoming radicalized? Nothing. So Israel doesn't understand, when you kill a man's wife and kids, yeah, the only thing I have left is that sense of vengeance. It's like in the movie 300. The only thing left in my heart is hate. Israel's leadership doesn't understand that you have created a 50-year problem. You've created a 50-year problem. Doesn't Iran have the similar problem? 80 to 90% of the population opposes the Iranian government. I don't think it is as high as 80 or 90%. Let me see if I can get an actual unbiased. 80 to 90% is really high. 52% disapprove of the government. About 15% oppose the protests. 81% of the population do not want an Islamic Republic. I think we have to be careful of saying 80% of the population opposes the government. 81% of the literate adult population does not want an Islamic Republic. But the reason why you have to be careful with these numbers is because, and I got to grab a statistic. Is because Donald Trump only won 49% of the popular vote in 2024, which means you could make the argument that 51.2% of the country doesn't 51.2% of the country opposes Donald Trump. The Nazis were a minority. They were just a very violent minority, but not every German soldier was a Nazi, but they all get lumped into the Nazi army. Some of them were German. Not everybody subscribed to the Nazi point of view. Some of, and I know people get, I just so we can start the segment with a foot stomp. I am not in any way, shape, or form denying, minimalizing, marginalizing the Holocaust. I am not in any way, shape, or form minimalizing, marginalizing the Jews and the Russians that died. With that said, not every German soldier was aware of what was going on in the concentration camps. Not every German soldier was fighting for a master race. Some German soldiers were fighting because of the horrible mismanagement and the punitive measures taken against Germany at the end of World War I. It's also the mob mentality. It's the leadership phenomenon. If you've never seen the leadership phenomenon, let me see if I can pull the video real quick. So if you've never seen this, this is called The First Follower. This is the Derek Sivers TED Talk.
If you've learned a lot about leadership and making a movement, then let's watch a movement happen start to finish in under 3 minutes and dissect some lessons. First, of course, a leader needs the guts to stand alone and look ridiculous. But what he's doing is so simple, it's almost instructional. This is key. You must be easy to follow. Now here comes the first follower with a crucial role. He publicly shows everyone else how to follow. Notice how the leader embraces him as an equal. So it's not about the leader anymore, it's about them, plural. Notice how he's calling to his friends to join in. See, it takes guts to be a first follower. You stand out and you brave ridicule yourself. Being a first follower is an underappreciated form of leadership. The first follower transforms a lone nut into a leader. If the leader is the flint, the first follower is the spark that really makes the fire. Now here's the second follower. This is a turning point. It's proof the first has done well. Now it's not a lone nut and it's not two nuts. 3 is a crowd and a crowd is news. A movement must be public. Make sure outsiders see more than just the leader. Everyone needs to see the followers because new followers emulate followers, not the leader. Now here come 2 more people, then 3 more immediately. Now we've got momentum. This is the tipping point, and now we have a movement. As more people jump in,
there is that a leader needs a handful of followers. That handful of followers draws the other followers. And this is where, and I say this to content creators, you will never be able to build your community if you're trying to find viewership. You have to resonate with viewers who then share your content with other people. And then you get to a tipping point where people will be like, well, it's not my content, it's the algorithm. Yeah, I understand. I get it. But when you're a small creator, it's about having a core group of followers and then those followers sharing with their networks. The German problem, the Hamas problem, the Iranian problem, the ICE, like a pyramid, exactly like a pyramid, which, and you bring up, this is why you have movements that start like this. You have the leader and you have the first followers, right? And then you have the bulk followers. But then what sometimes happens is that follower has gained enough clout that this follower becomes a leader in their own right, taking the followers they brought to the movement as their first followers, and now they go out and they bring people. You're absolutely right. And people will do horrible things to protect what they have. Even if members of the German army wanted to overthrow the Nazi government, they were unlikely to do so, as they'd be risking their entire family. Absolutely. And there's where we have this breakdown of, yeah, Stalin follower. Academically, yes. Kind of. Well, absolutely. Actually, yes. Stalin was follower number 1. And then Stalin broke off. Well, Hitler, yeah, not a really good analogy, because Stalin was follower number 1, but then Hitler wanted Stalin's place. That one gets messy, but academically, yes, Stalin could be considered follower number 1, but it doesn't follow through the whole way. Hitler moved away from Stalin, not the other way. Yeah, follower and took over after Lenin died. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. In that regard, absolutely. What we have is, how many times do you get mad about something? Yeah, Putin comes more to mind. Not sure most Russians are behind him, but they lack the power to do anything because, like, people wanted to protest lesbianism or the ban on lesbianism in Russia. And so a group of women decided to get topless and protest. And then they got disappeared. Do you think anybody else is likely to protest when everybody knows they got disappeared and nobody does anything about it? It's kind of like a U.S. Marine sergeant, a retired Marine sergeant, has been held in Russia for like 5 years. Except we negotiate to get Brittany Griner back, not the Marine sergeant. Marine sergeant was just there on vacation. He must not have paid any attention to what the fuck they tell you when you leave the military. Hey, as a former member of the military, don't go to any countries that we've ever been at war with. Honest and innocent Marine who wasn't there operating as an agent of the U.S. Again, one of the top things on my list of things to do, you elect me king, president, emperor, whatever. On day 1, I'll call Russia and be like, look, I want my guy. I'm not even discussing any deal. It's literally, I want my guy. I want my guy, period. Well, what are you going to do if you don't get him? Me not getting him isn't a fucking way that this ends. I'm getting my guy. How bad it is for you or how neutral it is for you is all up to you. There is no good for you in this. I'm not making a deal for him. I'm not negotiating with him. I'm not giving you anybody for him. You're going to give me my guy. I'm not going to give you your guy. Okay. Now I got to fuck your shit up. There is, like, if I was the president, I would get on national TV like presidents of old used to do, and I would say, my fellow Americans, do me a favor. Stop going to countries that we don't have good relations with. If you don't know what countries those are, Syria, Libya, Iraq, Iran, Pakistan, Afghanistan. If it's got Stan or Ia in its name, probably not. North Korea. Stop bringing Bibles into China. Stop going to Russia and Belarus. Like, look, I get it, but fuck off, right? Fuck right off. Stop trying to smuggle Bibles into North Korea. They don't want them. China doesn't want them. Yeah, North Korea for some bloody reason. Why the fuck you want to go there? Stay the fuck out of North Korea. If you go to one of these countries, I'm not going to war for your dumbass. Stay the fuck out of there. Look, the islands are nice. England is nice. Their diet sucks. Their culinary talent is gone. Fucking England conquered the whole known world in search of spices. Never learned how to cook with them. France is nice. Germany, Poland, Italy, Greece. Nice places. Other than that, Canada, Mexico, maybe. The resorts, maybe. Other than that, Japan, South Korea, way South Korea, Other than that, stay the fuck home. Australia, don't go into the middle of it. New Zealand, right? And then when I make that announcement, other countries are going to be calling up and saying, Mr. President, what about us? What protections are you going to give my people? Right? Or check out your own fucking states. They're basically our own countries. Right, exactly. I'll be right back. I don't know how many times my wife and I joked about never doing any of the tourist attractions in our state. Like, to be fair, we've been at war with England, Canada, and Italy. We have been at war with those countries, but we're not at war with them now. We have, like, look at, what was her name? What was her name? Amanda Knox. Amanda Knox is a great example of when an American is in a foreign country, Amanda Knox was in Italy, a murder happened, shit went sideways, she was acquitted, came home to America, and then in Italy, there's no double, it's not that there's no double jeopardy. In America, a higher court can't overturn an innocent conviction. So in America, it's one innocent gets you out of the system. So you've got the local court. If they find you guilty, you appeal to the appeals court. If they find you guilty, state Supreme Court. If they find you guilty, you can apply to the federal Supreme Court. If they find you guilty, you're out of appeals. Unless you can appeal a procedural thing, but normally this already takes like 20 plus years, right? But if the lower court in America finds you not guilty, that's it. The prosecution can go to a higher court. Now in other countries, they can. Yeah, a presidential pardon or a gubernatorial pardon or a presidential pardon. But in other countries, the prosecution gets to appeal as well and say the lower court made a mistake and we want another bite at them. Well, this is why they say to you, if you get caught up in bullshit in a foreign country, get your ass to the embassy. If you show up at the embassy and you say I'm an American and you say, hey, I'm caught up in some bullshit, they're going to try to get you out of the country. Because once you're out of the country, then the other country has to do a request for extradition, but they have to prove to a really high standard that we should even give you back. People go to fucking foreign countries and they dick around. It's like I did the French thing once. I don't know why any American who's got an attitude problem would ever go to France. Number one, they can hold you for like 40 days before they even charge you. They can hold you for 10 days before your bail hearing. After your bail hearing, they get another 30 days to build a case against you to bring charges. And your bail hearing is 99 times out of 100 going to be denied by the fact that you're a foreigner. They're going to say, well, you're a foreigner, and nothing stops you from leaving. France is nice. You're right. But I would never go there because of their laws. I would never go to France because of their law. In France, they say you're innocent until proven guilty, but their entire system says otherwise. But that's because I'm an American and I like my American due process. At the same time, in France, when you're outside of Paris, nobody really fucks with you. Like, as long as you're being polite, as long as you're being reasonable, nobody gives a shit. They're all laid back. Now, Parisians are fucking their own breed, right? But you've got loud ass Americans that go to foreign countries and they're like, well, I have the right to. Bitch, your fucking constitutional rights ended when you went through customs. Why are you acting a fool?
If there is...
Let's see. We covered him. I want to show this picture.
This is unironically one of the most concise and easy to understand explanations of profit and labor I've ever seen.
I have to work an hour before I can afford to buy 3 of these. I make 3,000 of them per hour. Now, I bring this up because a lot of people have a problem with capitalism. A lot of people have a problem with capitalism because they don't understand where they are in the food chain. You say, I have to work an hour so I can afford 3 of these. You make 3,000 of them an hour. But how do you make 3,000 an hour? Right? Do you own the factory? Did you pay for the raw materials? Right? Did you pay for the machine? Did you find the customer? Do you handle the logistics? Sales? Marketing? The taxes? The employer taxes? It's really easy to say that you make 3,000 of them in an hour, but you have to work an hour to afford 3 of them. But you don't own any of these other things that go into the process. Like a couple of weeks ago, before I started my first vacation, I did that video where they were talking about the one girl. She did the video where she said, we need to put a law into place to stop home flippers because home flippers are flipping homes and they're putting $500,000 to $700,000 on top of the cost of the home. Well, no, they're not, because in April, the median household cost in America was $414,000, I believe. People are so full of shit with their now, I'm not saying that the economy is good right now. I am not saying in any way, shape, or form the economy is good. In fact, I'm going to do what I call the Disney check. Let me do the Disney check right now. The Disney check is where I look at the most popular attractions at Disney World and I see what the wait time is. Because when I do that, it lets me know how many people approximately are in Disney World. Tron is a 75-minute wait right now. Seven Dwarves is 55 minutes. Pirates of the Caribbean What? Hold on. I'm in the wrong land. Pirates of the Caribbean is 25 minutes. Jungle Cruise is 45 minutes. Disney World right now is fucking packed. So, yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy is 65 minutes. Remy is 50 minutes. Disney World is packed right now. So how can we say the economy is terrible when people have between $5,000 and $20,000 for a vacation? I get it. I've been rich. I am rich. I've been poor. I get it. I totally understand. I have been dirt poor twice in my life. I don't have butter to scrape across the bread because I don't have butter and I sure as fuck don't have bread. I have been $1.68 overdrawn, hoping that the bank will give me a courtesy because my paycheck is posting at midnight poor. So I fucking get it. But a lot of these people wallow in their poor. A lot of these people wallow in their poverty because they don't want to to do any better. And if you don't want to do any better, then shut the fuck up and stop complaining about it. Because if you're not interested in doing any better, you're just interested in bitching. I was at a wedding this weekend, and while I was at the night before dinner, one of the other, I wasn't in the wedding, I was just at the wedding. My spouse was a bridesmaid. One of the other bridesmaids was flipping out because the hotel was trying to charge her a $250 incidental hold on the room. Now, for those of you that travel a lot or spend a lot of time in hotels, you know that an incidental charge is a pretty fucking standard thing. If you're in a situation where you can't afford the incidental hold on the room, why are you staying in the room? Why are you trying to stay in a hotel? Why are you taking the day off from work? And I'm not trying to be a jerk off here, but if you're in such a terrible state, and there's 3 of you living together, there's 3 of you living together in a 1-bedroom apartment, and you don't have $250 to spread across a hotel room? Are you for real right now? Is that, then what are you doing with your life? It's like people that are on Discord for 8 to 10 hours a day bitching about how bad it is. But then you say, dude, you're on Discord every day, 8 to 10 hours a day bitching about how bad it is. Go get a job. Well, I can't find a job. Well, where have you looked? And they start listing off like places that are like in the middle. Have you looked at Lowe's? Have you looked at Menard? Have you looked at Home Depot? Have you looked at Walmart? Have you looked at UPS? Have you looked at your local Amazon facility? Have you looked at fast food? Have you applied to Aspen Waste Services or Waste Management? Have you applied to be a janitor? I'm not going to do any of those jobs. I just listed 20 fucking jobs. What do you mean you're not going to do any of them? I was a janitor with a master's degree. Why? Because I had a fucking need to eat. I had a need to keep the lights on for my kids. I had the need to pay, my property taxes. I was a fucking mall security guard with a master's degree. Why? Because nobody would hire a teacher who was a reservist. But that's against the law. Yeah, no shit, but get them to say it to you. Get them to put it on something that you can sue them over. We're just in a state where people want to go to a protest, but they don't want to go to work.
This is unironically.
Let's see. Little Charlie Kirk here.
What should the tax rate be for someone making a...
Talking about taxes. I get that people... I absolutely understand that people think that the rich should pay more taxes. Just listen to this bullshit, though.
What should the tax rate be for someone making $1 million a year?
65%.
Got it. So let's play that out in California. If you were in California, if you earn $1 million a year and 65% of it goes to the federal government, 13% goes to the state government, then you have property tax, sales tax. So therefore, 85% of everything you earn. So making $1 million a year, you keep $150,000. Is that fair?
Yes.
This is on full display what they want to do. They want to take 85% of your money if you happen to be successful.
People don't understand, and I get why Elon Musk got fed up and he left Doge. I get it. I understand. We waste so much money in America, but people think the solution is to tax the rich. The rich already pay more in taxes, but you're so caught up in the fucking narrative that you're being spoon-fed that the rich should have to pay more. 30 cents out of every dollar I make on this show goes to taxes. I think it's now 31%. I think my corporate taxes in the state of Illinois went up by 1%. 30%, 30 cents out of every dollar I lose. And then anything I buy, I pay sales tax on, which is another 7%. So if I want to commission one song, I'm going to pay a minimum of $100, which also means that I have to pay $5.50 is right now what I pay in processing fees. So I have to make, right, in order to do one thing, I have to make about $137.15 to pay for something that costs $100. But people's response is to just tax businesses more. Well, you want to tax businesses more? Look at what happened with McDonald's. Look at what happened with fast food out in California. The day that they announced that fast food workers would make $20 an hour, Domino's fired 1,500 delivery drivers because they simply can't make a profit on a $20 an hour delivery driver. Hey, Carthos. Domino's fired 1,500 delivery drivers. Well, guess what? Do you think a person fucking delivering pizzas has the resume, has the pedigree to go and get a different job? Sure, some of them probably got jobs with DoorDash or Grubhub or Uber Eats. You're talking about how many small businesses closed. Small, like little diners closed because they can't afford to pay. They can't afford to pay $20 an hour. On my Jalan channel, I have a video called Taxing People into Poverty. Instead of continuously saying that what we want to do is raise minimum wage, right? What we need to do is we need to make the first 31,000. I can never remember. You think after doing this segment so many times. The first $31,200 of your income should be tax-free. And that's at $15 an hour. I don't want to keep raising the minimum wage because when we raise the minimum wage, we cause more problems. So let me see real quick. If I pay you $15 an hour, you cost me more than $15 an hour because I have to pay what is it? Where's the fucking payroll breakdown? I have to pay 0.062. I have to pay 93 cents an hour to Social Security. And I have to pay 22 cents to Medicare. And this is what people who want to say that the situation is broken don't understand. It's like, I understand that $15 an hour may not be enough for you to live on. But for me to pay you $15 an hour, you cost me $16.15 an hour. So when we do that at $20 an hour, that Social Security payment is already up to $1.24 an hour. And then this is 29 cents an hour. Which, again, people are like, well, businesses can afford it. Well, we're not always talking about the big corporations. We're talking that to pay you $20 an hour costs me $21.53. I like the Danish model. The Danish paycheck would have all that on it, so your pay would be $6.15 and then it's taxes. No, because the problem is that's not your tax. That's my tax as the employer. I pay a tax as the employer on your wages, and then you pay the same amount out of your wages. The employment tax in America is 15.3%. That's divided in half between the employer and the employee. No, it's not double taxed. It's 15.3% divided into two. So you pay your half, I pay my half. But think about that for a second. I have to pay a tax because I'm paying you. Tax wealth, not worth. That's a bullshit answer. Because people that I keep seeing people talking about tax unrealized gains. Oh, really? So you want to pay a tax on the unrealized gains of your asset known as your home? I bought my home for $175,000. My house is now, in 7 years, my house is now worth $285,000. But I haven't sold it to realize those gains yet. So where do I get the money to pay my taxes? People that throw out knee-jerk answers, it's great. So in 2017, I bought the house for $175,000. In 2025, the house is worth $285,000. So some people would argue that I should have to pay tax on $110,000. Why? I haven't sold shit yet. I haven't sold anything. So say you assessed me $25,000 in taxes. Where do I get the $25,000 to pay this $25,000 tax bill? Normally, when you owe taxes on something, you pay the taxes out of the proceeds. But I don't have the proceeds. So now I lose my house because I can't pay the tax bill? What if I plan on living here forever? What if I don't ever plan on realizing those gains? You can't tax wealth because then we'll just change the definition of what wealth is. Now, do I think that a change needs to be made so that the not even the 1%ers, the enumerated people that like the Bill Gates, the Mark Zuckerberg, the Elon Musk, the Jeff Bezos, the Warren Buffett, so they can't leverage wealth off of assets that they don't have to sell in order to avoid paying capital gains tax? Sure, absolutely. I think they should have to sell their assets. But do you know who doesn't want that to happen? The bank. So you've got the bank, and you've got Elon, and you've got Twitter. Elon doesn't want to sell. Elon doesn't want to sell $44 billion worth of stock. So he goes to the bank, and he says, "Hey, can I have $44 billion to buy Twitter?" And the bank says, "Sure, but you'll owe us $60 billion back if you take the tax. Or take the loan for the full duration." So Elon says, "Sure." So the bank makes $16 billion in profit. The owners of Twitter, or the shareholders of Twitter, get paid. Who gets hurt here? Isn't that how property tax is calculated? Yes, property tax, well, not exactly. Property tax isn't, and I can't speak for where you're at, I can speak for where I'm at. Yes, property tax is based on the reasonable assessment of your property value. But you're getting goods and you're getting services based on that value. For example, because the property tax goes up, because the value of your home goes up, the property tax goes up, so there's more funding for the school, and there's more funding for the firefighters, and there's more funding for the roads and the street lights. Now, I understand that that's the ideal way it's supposed to work. And again, instead of property taxes going up and up and up and up and up, and people saying, well, we should tax the wealthy, tax the wealthy, tax the wealthy, I would like to look at the waste. Do we need to raise property taxes again? Yes, because we need more money. Why do we need more money? Because the school just hired 5 new administrators. Well, why'd they hire 5 new administrators? Because of this, that, and the other. Fuck that. Go to the school board meeting. Why the fuck did you authorize that? I agree with your overall assessment, but what I'm getting at is that normal average people are seeing it through that lens. And I agree with you. But what the normal average people don't understand is that your property taxes go up to pay for the services that you get. Like, for example, when I was deathly ill, I, for a moment, considered, yes, the average person is a moron. I agree with you. When I was deathly ill, there was a moment where I thought I needed to call an ambulance. And the reason why I thought I needed to call an ambulance was because I didn't believe I was going to be able to stay conscious long enough to get to the ER. And when you're not conscious and you're vomiting, you'll aspirate on your own vomit. There was a moment that I considered calling 911 and saying I need immediate transport. But I didn't for a whole litany of reasons. But the cost not being one of them. If you know anything about the ER, when you come in ambulatory or you come in transported, your freedom to make some decisions is impacted. I hate having to factor in the idiot factor when analyzing human behavior. No, I agree with you. It's like somebody who has never owned a house telling me the changes that we need to make to house ownership. Somebody who has never been a landlord telling me how landlords need to change. If you've never been a landlord, then what you can tell me is all the complaints you have with landlords. But what I don't want to hear from you is the solutions. Because as I did in the show last year, where Joe Biden and company said the maximum amount of increase that a landlord should be able to put on a rental property is 5% per year. Great. What's the rate of inflation? 2.9%. So the rate of inflation is 2.9%, but a landlord should only be able to increase the rent by 5%. It's like the minimum wage. If you put a minimum wage out there, then that's the bare minimum. If you raise the minimum wage, congratulations. All you've done is raise the bare minimum. And I liken the minimum wage to the age of consent. If there wasn't a law there, you'd try to go lower. Right. I don't disagree. But when I meet a person with facial piercings who can't conjugate a sentence and they want $20 an hour, I have a hard time swallowing that. Well, I'm a human and I deserve a basic minimum income. I've never said you don't. But you're not even in touch. You're not even in touch with the reality of what a basic minimum income should be. For example, I have a friend who moved out of an apartment, a one-bedroom apartment that was running at about $650, $750 a month. And they moved into a two-bedroom that's $1,900 a month. Are you for real right now? You moved into a place, double the rent. The property your girlfriend is under contract with right now has a tenant in it. They pay $1,200 a month, super cheap. And they've been a month late every month for rent. And they haven't paid a single late fee. We've been in their house, the view in it before putting the offer in. They have tons of bullshit, new cookware, a bunch of toys and other stuff. And two grown adults can't afford $1,200 a month. But there's a new car with a temp permit parked outside. Those are the people running around talking about how hard it is to own a house. They can't even handle renting, so ownership is totally out of their realm of reality. If you're a double income family and you're renting, you're doing something wrong. But it brings to light this. And this is the world we live in. This is the fucking world we're living in right now. India is standing with Israel. You are uneducated. At Grok, is it uneducated or uneducated? The correct spelling is uneducated, meaning lacking formal education. Ineducated is not a standard English word and should be avoided in formal use. Regarding India's stance on the Israel-Palestine conflict, it historically supports Palestine in a two-state solution. At Grok, but ineducated can also be used, right? Before the internet, we used to think access... we used to think lack of access to knowledge was the reason. I hate to tell you, uneducated is a word. Uneducated means lacking in education, poorly educated. It's not wrong. It's a word. It's a word used in common usage. It's not wrong. Like, it's not very hard to be uneducated. Uneducated means lacking in education. If you don't have a bachelor's degree, you are uneducated at the college level. Yeah, poorly educated is the literal definition of uneducated. It's kind of like when I say something to people and they get mad. I say, you know what, man, you need to stop being so ignorant. And then they get mad. Ignorance not an insult. Ignorant is not an insult. Ignorant is a status. You are ignorant. You are uneducated. And you would be amazed at how many people flip their shit about being called ignorant. Look, I am ignorant when it comes to a lot of things. Like, I wrote a great program. It used to put the chat on the bottom of the screen. I don't know why it's not working today. Because when it comes to programming, I am very ignorant. I followed a lot of guides. I fucked my way through it. It worked. And then when I went to multi-streaming, it doesn't work anymore. I don't know why. I do not know why. I'll have to figure it out. But it is, I know it's possible. Let's see. Oh, I was supposed to talk about that during the previous segment, but I
should the tax rate be for
I
someone?
Forgot. Let's see. Oh, talking about marketing. I want to talk about marketing and about why people need to stop. Why people need to stop believing marketing. Well, this piece is amazing. Just watch this video. It's absolutely fucking unreal.
You could rebrand anything to make it sound healthy, and to prove it, I'm gonna rebrand Pepsi to sound healthy. I'm just gonna rebrand regular Pepsi for this one, and I'm gonna use the skinny can because I like the aesthetic of it a little bit more. Changing up the colors a little bit, I'm gonna start with a solid black can. I'll put the Pepsi logo front and center because you have to. I gotta find a unique angle to make this one sound healthy, so I'm gonna go the hydration route because the main ingredient in Pepsi is carbonated water. So I'm gonna call this Pepsi Hydrate Plus. The plus having no meaning at all, it just makes it sound better. I guess it could be like plus flavor, I guess. Pepsi does use natural flavors, so I'll add naturally flavored on there. And then I'm also gonna add 100% plant-based because that's true too. Since the main ingredient is water, I'm gonna emphasize that on the bottom, saying main ingredient always water. And instead of just being soda, I'm gonna call this premium sparkling cola. At the top, I'll add smooth taste and clean energy. And then below that, a few more call outs. We'll go with fat-free, gluten-free, and low sodium. And the plain black can is cool, but we need to do a little bit more. I'm gonna add some blue elements to this to really accentuate the water, and I will put the Pepsi logo in a water drop. And just like that, telling no lies at all, we've got healthy, hydrating Pepsi.
So, as I've said, if not gonna lie, this makes me not want to take it. It's scam. No, it doesn't. The only reason why your brain is triggering this as a scam is because you just watched it happen. You just watched it happen. So your brain is like, what's happened now is you've been told, you've been shown that this is a giant scam. So now your brain is like, holy fuck, I don't want that. But if I didn't show you that, yeah, you also associate Pepsi with unhealthy soda. But as he just showed you, that shit works. It's like, as I've talked about many times on my show, in America, I know Europeans, you don't have this. So in America, We have our 2 doors to our grocery store because we don't have grocery stores anymore. We don't have markets. We have fucking supercenters. But in your grocery store, what you have is you usually have the fruit section, the fruit and vegetables over here. And then you have the rim of the store, right? And then you have the aisles. But we put the milk all the way back here. We put the meat over here and the bakery over here. And then we have our aisles set up in such a way that as you walk on the ends of these, we have what's known as end caps. We put the most markup value items on end caps. So as you're walking through the store, you see them. It's also why are these aisles differently shaped or different direction than these? Because as you come down here, you're going to have the baby formula here, but in a super center, you're going to have some baby clothes right there. We want you to have to walk past shit before you get to where you're going. We know this. Gas stations are laid out this way. There's a reason why, if you think about it, and I remembered this as because I drove 3,000 miles in 10 days, stopped at a lot of gas stations. Where do they put the fucking bathroom in gas stations? In the back. Logistically speaking, why, if people are gonna just run in and take a piss, why don't you want your bathroom at the front of the store? For shrinkage, for theft, for shoplifting. If they're just coming in to use the bathroom, I want the bathroom to be right off the doorway. That way they're not walking in and out. But then Carthos brings up 7-Eleven, puts their fountain drinks and Slurpees in the back. It's the most sold item. So you have to walk through all the other products to get there. I don't know how many times while I was driving, I brought snacks with me. I had a fucking sack full of snacks in the car. But then as I was walking to get a root beer, which I didn't need because I had Powerades, but I needed caffeine, I got a pack of combos. I got a pack of gum. I got a pack of Doritos. Why? Because you're hungry, you've been in the car, and you say to yourself, I want to treat myself because this drive sucks. Marketing is everything. Marketing is everything. People are complaining about Southwest Airlines and all their changes. And you know why people are so mad? Because Southwest has run a marketing campaign for over 20 years of bags fly free. Your corner stop, they put all the most sold stuff by the till. Right. You put the most sold stuff by the till. Because where do you go to make your purchase? To the till. So if all you're going in there to buy is the most sold stuff, you're going to buy it and get the fuck out. But if you buy anything else, you see the most sold stuff as well. You went in for a bottle of windshield washer fluid, which was over there. But you go to the till and you see the kiwi strawberry flavored gummy bears. Yeah. They've got marketing broken down to a science, which is why I say to people, grocery stores are set up in a very specific way. The lighting is certain, the temperature is certain, the reason why the tiles are the way they are, the eye level. Notice that grocery stores are different aisles have different eye level. Why is it in some aisles the eye level is weird? Oh, you mean in the cookie aisle, the snack aisle, the soda aisle, and the cereal aisle? Oh yeah, those shelves are lower so your kids see the shit that they buy. Because nothing gets added to the cart faster than the kid yammicking at their parent. In other aisles, the most expensive items are at eye level because that's what the adults buy. It's not a fucking accident. There's entire fucking college courses on store layout. It's ridiculous.
You could rebrand any.
Now, if I could rebrand myself to be back to a 300 viewer streamer, that would be great. That would be amazing. Oh yeah, what is with, oh, let's do this one. let's go here.
Rent should not exist.
So what's your alternative? Serious question. I'm not trying to be an asshole. What's the alternative? You think people should be able to occupy these homes for free? Okay, let's explore that. So right now, each of these residences is under private ownership, which means somebody personally owns them. So the first thing we'd have to do is either buy it from the landlords or take it. I'm going to go the more sane route and imagine that we bought it. So that's the government, or more specifically the taxpayer, spending billions, if not trillions of dollars to buy all the private property from people. Basically, every home that is privately owned but is not currently occupied, the taxpayer is going to buy it from them. Okay, that's step one. And then we just let people occupy them. I mean, of all the things that has to happen, that's by far the most reasonable. Now, the question is, who pays to fix shit? Because shit's gonna break. So say the air conditioner goes out. Who's gonna pay to fix that? Because there's no landlord to fix shit that breaks anymore. Now, just the taxpayer owns it. So is the taxpayer now responsible to replace all air conditioners that break? Say there's like a mold problem. Is that on the taxpayer too? And the people who live there, they never have any cost. I mean, look, that's not a bad deal. But let me ask you this. What happens to everyone who currently owns their property and is paying a mortgage? Or what happens to all the people that own their property and already paid it off? Do they get that money back? Or do the people not have to pay a mortgage anymore? Because, I mean, if rent's not okay, obviously mortgages ain't. But if they're not going to pay that mortgage, the bank's going to go out of business if everybody doesn't pay their mortgage. We know that from 2008. So obviously the taxpayer would have to pick up the tab for that as well. Because if you don't pay the banks, they go bankrupt, everybody loses their money, financial Armageddon. Okay, it's another quite a few trillion. But then, who actually owns everything? The government? So the government owns everything and decides who gets homed where. Yeah, I feel like there was a lot of governments that tried that. We called it something.
I get that people, and again, I get that people are frustrated. And who gets what home? Not like all homes are equal. Right. I get that people are frustrated. I understand. A lot of the videos you've seen today, people are talking about equity. Who pays the property tax? Right. Like, there are solutions to these problems. But then, yeah, which funds all the services? Who pays the property tax that pays for all the services? Europe has a lot of these problems. And Europeans will tell you, it always amazes me that when a European tells an American, you don't want our system. And Americans still say, I want the system. For example, Europeans, between income tax, sales tax, VAT, window tax, TV tax, parking tax, all those things, they're paying between 65 and 85% of their income. That's almost socialism. That's almost communism. Now, as somebody's probably going to hit me with, we have free healthcare. We have free education. No, you don't. You have government provided healthcare. You have government provided education. I did the numbers. 4% of this country doesn't have any healthcare at all. They don't have any access to any healthcare at all. A lot of the people that you hear say, I don't have healthcare, they're too prideful to go down to the state office and get Medicaid. And there's nothing I can do to help somebody who wants to let pride get in the way of healthcare. And this isn't like a one-off situation or a two-off situation. Dozens of times in my life, I've literally looked at somebody's income and said, you make shit for money, take your ass to the state aid office and get food stamps and get healthcare. Like, my daughter is covered on my healthcare automatically until she's 21. If she's in college, she's covered till she's 26. My daughter needs 3 major surgeries. If she had Medicaid, she probably wouldn't get 2 of the surgeries. It's like I said to her, you need to fish or cut bait, man. You need to shit or get off the pot with these surgeries. You need to move these along. You need to be pushing your doctors and saying, hey, I need to get this shit done. And the reason you need to get that shit done is because you're turning 20. You need to get 3 major surgeries scheduled in a year. Get on it. Right? Because then you have 0 cost. I think it's like $57 for each one. Now, are there some people in the country that don't have access to healthcare? Yes, 4%. So about 13.5 million people. But I also want to remind you that I'm doing 4% of the total residents of the country, and 49.5 million of them are immigrants, with 11.5 million of them being illegal immigrants. Now, in recent days, there have been people that have said, well, illegal immigrants deserve healthcare too. And I'm not saying they don't. They deserve it in their home country. I don't want to pay taxes for somebody who's not even a citizen to get healthcare. When people ask me, am I against the 14th Amendment? I am in 100% favor of repealing the 14th Amendment. I'm in 100% favor of it now. As you heard from the girl earlier, we are 14 generations or 8 generations, however many generations past slavery, right? We're 8 generations after slavery. I am all good with getting rid of the 14th Amendment. And so I have no problem. Mom, dad. Mom's a citizen, dad is not. Kid is a citizen. Mom is not, dad's a citizen, kid's a citizen. Both are citizens. Obviously, you're a citizen. Neither is a citizen. You are not a citizen. Wrong button. I am not against getting rid of the 14th Amendment. I'm not against it at all. If you fell in London and broke your leg, you would have to pay for that shit. Yes, no, maybe, kind of. If you, no, you wouldn't get, you would not get your, no, you wouldn't. It depends. That's why I said yes, no, maybe. If you have a visa that allows you to be there for more than 6 months, you are entitled to free NHS hospital care. If your visa does not allow you to be there for more than 6 months, you do not get NHS healthcare. If your visa allows you to be there for more than 6 months, it's free. If your visa does not allow you to be there for more than 6 months, you'll get treated, but you have to pay for it. That is why people need to be careful of what the fuck, like we talked about going to Egypt and applying for your visa. You have to know what your visa is for. There are exception categories, and there are things where NHS will pay for it because they want you to have it. For example, the COVID testing was a big one. When they wanted to know, some people were arriving and they COVID tested them. Well, obviously you didn't get treated. You didn't have to pay for it. But no, you have to be on a visa for more than 6 months in order to get free NHS healthcare. And most tourists aren't on a visa for more than 6 months. Did I hear about the wells in Africa that Mr. Beast put up and paid for training and maintenance to keep them up in good condition are inoperable now? No, I didn't, because that's all bullshit. People trying to shit on Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast built wells, paid for the maintenance, and those wells are not inoperable. He has already addressed that issue. So I don't know why I don't know why people want to shit on Mr. Beast for trying to do something good. Well, hold on, let me back that up a second. I'm going to shit on Mr. Beast because he went into a country, built 100 wells, not understanding what he was starting, not understanding what the availability of clean water and how big of a commodity that is. But he did it, and then people are trying to knock him for the wrong reasons. No, you are incorrect, iPlatinum. Healthcare received by tourists under NHS on a visa less than 6 months is not free. Because it doesn't matter if it's a quote. You're quoting the wrong thing. Immigration status means you're on a visa for more than 6 months. Tourists are not immigration. By the way, I want to remind you, I'm a dual citizen. So I understand most of the European countries because I'm a dual citizen. I can go to Europe and get treated anywhere. You have to be on a visa for longer than 6 months. That's why it says immigration status. Tourist status and immigration status are two different things. That and the fact that I just looked it up to confirm. I literally went to the website. It says if you're on a visa for longer than 6 months. Sure. And it's not even free because the surcharge is £470 per year for students and $624 per year for all other visa and immigrant applicants. I mean, to say free is a misnomer, because when you're there on a student visa, you pay £470 a year. When you're there on any other visa, you pay £624 a year. It's not free. That's why people need to stop saying free. Now, the people that are seeking asylum, applying for humanitarian protection, are victims of human trafficking, they're part of the Home Office domestic violence concession, or they're having their human rights violated, they're exempt from paying the surcharge. And yes, Karthos, I do agree with you. This is one of the things I try to tell people. Like, Europeans like to shit on America, but they don't understand, and then they don't understand their own healthcare. You need to know, like, if you're going quote hunting, that's always a terrible way to interact. Don't go quote hunting. Actually know it. Actually learn it. Like, I've had, like, for example, about 5 years ago, I was in a community of Europeans, and they said, our way of life is better than your way of life because we end up with more wealth than you do. And I went and I said, what country do you want me to compare to? Germany. I took Germany and I took America. I took the same individual, ran them through their life. An American accumulates $500,000 more of wealth than a German does. And they're like, but we get free healthcare and we get free medicine. I was like, yeah, and here's this spreadsheet. And I already showed the American paying for their college and paying for their healthcare. If their healthcare is free, then our road maintenance is free in the same sense. Well, here's the thing. We have more individuals on Social Security, we have more individuals on Medicare than most European countries have people. See, it's really easy when you're a small population country to say you should take better care of your people. But, right? Germany has 84 million people. Let me get today's most up-to-date number. Okay. And Medicaid. How many people on Medicaid? So, in America, we have 78.4 million people on Medicaid, which is a government-provided health care. And we have 68.5 million people on Medicare. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to combine these two numbers, right? Right? For 146.9 million people. And yet, right? Europeans will say, well, the way we do it. Well, Germany only has 84 million people in it. United Kingdom only has 69 million people. France has 66, right? So you take the population of Germany and the United Kingdom. So 84,075,075 plus 69,551,332. And you take the UK and Germany, and they only have together, they have 153 million people. We have almost that many people on federal health care. We have almost that many people. So, there's no way to make it resonate with people in another country that it doesn't work the same way. We have 330 million people. I would rather, like, people say universal healthcare, universal healthcare, universal healthcare. I've been upset with myself for like 6 years. For 6 years, I've tried to figure out, why am I gaining weight? Why is my chest hurt? Why do my nerves hurt? Doctor finally tells me, he's like, none of it is your fault. They've had me on diets. They've had me on injections. They've had me on this. They've had me on that. 1 second. I don't know how many times you're gonna play. I don't know how many times you're gonna play the quote game. If you've paid the surcharge or exempt from paying it, and your visa allows you to be here for more than 6 months, you'll be entitled to free NHS hospital treatment in England or a similar basis to an ordinary resident person, with the exception of NHS-funded assisted conception services. Your entitlement will apply from the date your visa is granted until it expires. You'll have to pay some charges. I don't know, right? I don't know why I don't know what your goal here is. If you're visiting England for less than 6 months, you should ensure that you're covered for healthcare through personal medical insurance during your visit, even if you're a former UK resident. If you're not ordinary resident in the UK and you need to pay for treatment, you'll be charged at 150% of the rate. No, it's not. Dude, I'm helping you out here. It's not. I send people to England quite frequently. That's why I've literally posted to you. It depends on which visa you're on. When you're on a visa for more than 6 months, you pay either £429 or £624. You pay into the healthcare. That's part of the visa requirement. If you're there for less than 6 months, that's why it says you should ensure you're covered for healthcare through your personal insurance. My insurance carries with me to Europe. Or you pay for travel health insurance. I don't know what the argument is here. Let me help you out. I know this to be a fact because I dealt with family members of U.S. service members that would travel there and then get hurt away from Mildenhall or Lakenheath, where we have our doctors. That's why we always told them, do X or do Y or do Z. Yes, I don't know what you're quoting, but I'm literally pulling this straight from NHS. It depends on your visa status. If you're there for more than 6 months, you don't even get a choice. When you go there for more than 6 months, you have to pay this fee. It's like tied to your visa. Oh, you're coming here for more than 6 months? Give us £624. That gives you healthcare insurance. I don't know what you're quoting. Let me see if I can find what you're quoting. Dude, you're quoting the AI part of the searching engine. I'm quoting you NHS policy. What are you quoting back to me? Because I'm literally on nhs.uk. Right, but the last thing you quoted me was an AI search engine. Don't quote the AI search engine. It literally tells you. Right? Don't quote the AI search engine. Because AI responses may include mistakes. I'm literally quoting you from nhs.uk. So I don't know what the debate is. If you're a tourist and you don't have travel insurance and you're there for less than 6 months, you get a bill. Dude, you're not quoting the sections of the NHS applicable to tourists. I have literally quoted you. Citizens' advice. Are tourists fucking citizens? I have literally quoted you the section of nhs.uk that talks about tourists. I've chapter and versed it to you. Yes. Now, ready? Go down to the piece right there. Whether you can get other free NH services depends on the length and purpose of your residence in the UK, not your nationality. Yes, ready? Some is free. Some is free. It's not. It isn't. You can believe what you want. I'm not gonna fight with you. I'm simply not. I've literally, yes, I have literally quoted you. I have literally quoted you. It is based on your visa. If you are there 6 months or more, you are quoting for the people who are there 6 months or more. It's that simple. You know why I know that? Because no country gives free healthcare to tourists, except America, because we're fucking stupid. Because what do people do? They come here and then they go to the hospital. And who pays the bill? Our taxpayer. That's why your country is actually smart. Your country says, if you're going to be here for more than 6 months, we want that money on the way in the door. Yes, I know. And now what you're doing is you're doing copy pasta and you're hunting pecking. I've already given you the quote. I don't know how much more you want than that. I've given you the tourist quote. So I'm confused as to why you want to keep going on with this. I've given you the tourist quote. You're right. But you're ignoring the fact that it literally says tourists don't get that exception. I've literally already quoted that to you. Tourists don't get this exception. Tourists should ensure that they're covered. You're going up here. Go into the exceptions. Yeah, you know that you can walk into A&E and sit for 6 hours because you're a citizen and or you're entitled to services. If I walk in, I'm a dual citizen. I show my passport, I'm covered. My kid walks in, passport covered. My wife walks in, is on a visitor visa. Infectious disease, they'll probably treat because it's in the national interest. Broken leg, they'll treat it. Here's your bill, which then I'll give to my travel agency and I'll say, you pay this because I paid you. I bought healthcare. What amazes me, though, to get back to the point at hand, is that I've already showed it on the show many, many times. Everybody says that American healthcare is too expensive. But you go to Canada and you die in the fucking waiting room, which is a real story, by the way. She died in the waiting room. But the other girl that I showed the video of, she has to get a brain scan and it's 13 months from now. Socialist medicine is great if you're willing to wait for it. Socialist medicine is amazing. I want to change medicine all the way around. I would have no problem now that, and as I've said, I was disappointed in myself. I couldn't figure out why I was gaining weight. Could not figure out why I was gaining weight. I diet, I eat healthy, I try carnivore, it doesn't work. I try intermittent fasting, doesn't work. I'm not allowed to do intermittent fasting anymore. Well, for the time being. I'm disappointed in myself. I can't lose any weight. Years of this shit. I get my weight down to 193. I blink, my weight's back up to 215. I'm not eating junk food. I'm walking every day. I'm working out. This was when I was running. Doctor finally says, oh, it's not your fault. It's due to the level imbalance in your blood. But I would have had no problem if they told me, look, man, you're 35 pounds overweight. You have to come to the hospital 3 times a week for a workout. I would have had no problem with that. Zero problem. Because so many of the problems in our country are based around obesity, smokers, alcoholics. I have a friend who's an alcoholic. Cirrhosis of the liver. They're on Medicare. The taxpayers are going to pay through the fucking nose treating this person. Well, why should the taxpayer have to be burdened with a bill because somebody has cirrhosis of the liver and they're still drinking? A friend of mine, his mom blew herself up. She was on oxygen for emphysema. This is a true story. She's on oxygen for emphysema. She used to fall asleep, and then the first thing she would do when she'd wake up is she'd light a cigarette. Well, she had an oxygen machine in the other room, and she had a long oxygen tube so she could sit out and watch TV. She didn't like being cooped up in the bedroom. Well, one day, she fell asleep, oxygen machine running, woke up, thought the sound she heard was the air conditioner, sparked a cigarette, blew herself in the fucking apartment up, the people above her, fucked herself up. Why should why should the American taxpayer have to pay for oxygen tanks and an oxygen machine and nebulizers and albuterol and Ventolin and the other one? Why should the taxpayer have to pay for that if you're going to just keep smoking? What's the point? I could see if the person was on like a medication to reduce smoking, taking what limited walks they can, because you can't reserve, or you can't reverse. You can't really reverse emphysema. You can mitigate it, you can stop it from worsening, but you can't really fix it. It's kind of like Europeans. I'm jealous of you because you get government provided education. But what's funny about that is how many people, what is it? 41% of people get a job. 41% of college graduates get a job where a college degree isn't required. So what the fuck was the point? Why did you bother? College dropout rate is estimated to be 32.9%. 39% of individuals trying to attain a bachelor's degree have not obtained it within 8 years. The US. I don't do European statistics because it's not my place to do European statistics. 32.9% of undergraduate students drop out of college each year. Well, if 32% can drop out each year, is there any wonder why colleges want high schools to be college prep? Because it's a fucking meat grinder, man. If 1/3 of people drop out of college every year, the meat grinder needs to be fed. Why do people drop out of college? Financial strain, the cost of tuition, living expenses, student loans, academic challenges, people unable to adapt to the rigor of college coursework, people needing additional support services, people that can't read, people that can't write, people that have mental health issues, family obligations, or a loss of interest. I did this once on my show, I'll do it again. I saw a student come in one year and their first semester was like this was their first semester of college. No, I'm not saying that people in Europe get jobs that they need a college education for. I'm just saying that college is a fucking waste for most people. College is a fucking waste because most people don't need a college degree to do the job that they do, but they've been told they need a college degree to do the job that they do because colleges, both in the United States and abroad, have convinced people they needed a fucking college degree. But when I was working as an RA, I had to see everybody's schedule. I don't know why. It was part of my fucking job. This person had Math 090, English 099. They had remedial reading. They had transitions to college life, and they had Art 101. This was the only class that was part of their degree-seeking program. The next semester, they had Math 099. They did take English 101. They took Literature 101. And then they took some other bullshit like Sociology 101, some science, bio, or some shit. because that was our standard freshman course load. They had to take 2 math classes just to get them to the level that they could be in math at the college level. You take algebra 2 with trig and geometry in high school, and this person didn't have enough math knowledge to make the transition to the next logical step. Now, do I think there's a lot of classes that you take in college that are absolutely bullshit? Yes, I do. Not just students either. Many of the companies offering the jobs are convinced that you need a college degree, even though the work on offer doesn't. Well, right. College, as Karthos and I will tell you, because Karthos is another educated person in the field of education, the only thing that college does is prove 2 things and 2 things only. Number 1, you figured out a way to finance a 4-year degree. And number 2, you figured out a way to get to enough classes properly dressed and sober that you didn't get kicked out. And that's the only fucking thing college proves. Yeah, how much can you drink and still function as a human? Now that's probably why I did so well in college. I had my bachelor's degrees, 2 of the 3, before I was legally allowed to drink. I couldn't join my friends at Gilhooly's or Riley's or the Fiddler's Elbow. I couldn't go there. I mean, I could, because I could go in on my Irish passport and none of them can read Gaelic. But I was done with my undergraduate before I was even legally allowed to drink. Yeah, Jay, are you studying? Yeah, what the fuck else am I gonna do? Like, I had a radio show at the college radio station, and I was the advertising director at the college newspaper. Like, I was doing things that were paying my tuition. And then I had a part-time job. And then when I wasn't in class, I worked at White Castle for $10.75 an hour overnights. I was in the fraternity. There was a keg in my living room for 5 months. Were you in the fraternity have to tap a kegga? My point is that I get Europeans and I love you and I love your national spirit. And like, we do free education. No, you do government provided education, but I don't have to pay for it. You also don't fucking need it. If I can take an 18-year-old kid, and I mean this with every fiber of my being, if I can take an 18-year-old kid who only graduated high school 2 weeks ago, and I can put them through a training program that they can fix medical equipment, be a dental tech, be a dental lab technician, be an avionics expert, or a mechanical expert, or repair cars, or fix nuclear weapons, the fuck you need college for? And I'm not joking. All those things that I just listed are less than a year of training. Nuclear weapon technician is longer. It's 42 weeks to learn how to fix medical equipment. And when I say fix it, I mean have at. You've taken apart and torn apart 40 or 50 pieces of equipment. You've studied it at schematic level. Now, you've learned board level troubleshooting, but you haven't practiced it enough to be proficient. You know the theory and you've demonstrated mastery of the skill, but then you haven't touched it in like 39 weeks. But why do you need to go to 4 years of college if I can teach you how to do highly technical jobs in like 20 weeks or 40 weeks? Let me look up something real quick. They're giving me the whole length. I want the... A dental hygienist. Let me see if I can see how long it takes in the civilian world. In the civilian world, it takes 2 years to become a dental hygienist, because you need to have an associate's degree in the civilian world to be a dental hygienist. 2 years. In the Air Force, it's 48 classroom days. I want you to think about that for a second. 48 classroom days. Now, 48 classroom days, and it takes 14 months to become a 5 level. Versus 2 years in the civilian world. Does anybody see a problem with touting education? Right? I'm all for college. You know what I'm for college for? Doctors, lawyers, philosophers, engineers. If the military can train somebody to be a dental hygienist in 48 classroom days, why do you need to give a community college? Why do you have to get 5, 10? Why do you have to get 20 college credit hours to get your associates in dental hygiene? The Air Force. Let me check another one real quick. Because we like to make shit really complicated, and that is that's me. Let's see. It takes 6 months to 3 years to become an HVAC technician in the civilian world. So 96 days, 98 days in the Air Force. So if you're at one of the schools that teaches you quickly in the civilian world, it's 98 days in the Air Force, or it's 6 months to 3 years in the civilian world. Now, that should let you know that college is a big fucking scam. It's a huge fucking scam. And I wish that our society would turn on the dime. When you get out of the service, are your skills still recognized? Yeah. The day I got my 7 level in the Air Force, yeah, the 3, 5, 7 level skill training, I'm not including that. But remember, when you finish at school, when you finish your 2-year program at college, that's the same as you finishing tech school. So if we're comparing apples to apples, I would say the military gives you a better setup because they make sure that you have a supervised apprenticeship. When I got out of the military, I was still in the military, but I was a reservist. The day I got my 7 level, I told a hospital guy that I got my 7 level, and he offered me a job at $21 an hour to be an ET for 6 months. And if I didn't fuck up being an ET, then I would get brought on as a BMET. And it's just the way their hospital does the hiring. It's the difference between work experience and book experience, and I don't disagree with you. I 100% agree with you. But you're not getting work experience at the community college. The community college is only giving you book experience as well. You might get 10 or 20 hands-on hours, but the Air Force Tech School builds in hands-on hours with every block of instruction. I would say I would like the military I would like the community colleges of the country to take the Air Force's curriculum and implement that. Why does a kid that's trying to get his degree in HVAC need to take humanities? Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. So the time period when I've been an HVAC technician in the military for 2 years, I have 98 days of classroom and 18 months of hands-on. And I'm already a 5 level at that point, because anymore in the modern Air Force, if you don't have your 5 level in 12 months, they're looking at like, what's wrong? I don't know why we continue to say college, 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 college. What's my 2 cents on the parade? Let me take a quick break and then we'll talk about this military parade. Okay, so this fucking parade, this military parade, waste of fucking time, effort, energy, money, a fucking embarrassment to the country, and so on and so forth. Somebody brought up the military, and you would never be able to convince my wife of any of this. Unfortunately, being a 9-year vet with no college degree and making mid-6 figures while she has a master's and earned 60 didn't convince her. Yeah, we'll loop back around to that. It takes, somebody posted this, and let me share it for context. For context, former Army here, it takes about a week of drill and basic to learn how to march. Once you do, it's ingrained in you for life. You know how to self-correct if you fall out of step. And if there isn't a commanding officer leading the march, then there's a designated point person within the ranks to call out left, right, left if they notice a disorder in the cadence. So this clusterfuck of a parade leaves me with only one conclusion. This was a silent protest, a Foxtrot Delta Tango, if you will. Now, I want to let people know it does take about a week to learn how to march. Now, some people are like, a week, that's a pretty long time. I learned how to quick march, slow march in a single day. And as I wrote today on my Discord, veterans, I want to let you know this may trigger your Pavlovian response. For most people, it takes a week to learn how to march in basic training because it's the first time they've ever been away from home. You start learning how to march at 4:30 in the morning or 5:30 in the morning, and you were up till 01 the night before. And there's no real instruction. Get in line, tallest to shortest. Pin your dick beaters to your side. For fuck's sake, you're 6'14". Why are you in the back of my formation? Who the fuck told you that you could talk? Shut up. Turn to your right. No, your other fucking right. Jesus Christ figured this out before he made corporal. If you're taller than the person in front of you, tap them. Fuck it. You know what? Just walk in front of them for today. Now turn to your left. Oh my fucking God, your other motherfucking left. Square up the formation. Forward. March. For fuck's sake, stop. You with the fucking blue hair. Are you a fucking communist? We step off on with our left foot in this country. Do you hate fucking America? And that's how you get introduced to marching. I haven't marched a formation in probably 13 years. And I could call fucking open ranks or a flight to attention right now without missing a beat. Because the poster is right. It does get ingrained into you. My spouse if she wasn't dying today of fucking dysentery and her oxen falling in the river. You could hear me call Cadence from over a mile away. We lived 1.25 miles from our schoolhouse to our dorm, and I could be heard calling Cadence from the medical dorm. They knew when I was on my way because I always marched the bulk of the formation. They knew when I was on my way because the MTLs could just stand in the parking lot and they'd hear me start calling Cadence. It's a fun thing to do. Not really. That parade was a clusterfuck. I was fucking embarrassed during that parade. I turned the parade off. First of all, why are we celebrating? Why are we celebrating like fucking Vietnam in 2025? Does anybody forget that objectively we got our fucking asses kicked in Vietnam? Like, I'm not trying to shit on my forefathers, but as Hudson says in Aliens, we just got our fucking asses kicked, pal. We didn't win Vietnam. Yeah, that squeaky tank. Like, yes, that squeaky tank, what I will say is tanks squeak, but you should have had a fucking technician fixing the tank if it was going to be shown on national television. You're going to roll a fucking tank down an avenue where the maximum weight of the road is 45 tons, and some of those tanks weigh 65, 80 tons. What was the point? And then what was even worse was watching the parade, and this segment of the parade sponsored by Oracle. What? 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 The parade is being sponsored by Farum Energy Drinks? You know why we stopped having parades? Yeah, sponsored by Coinbase. First of all, no member of the United States military should ever have to salute a draft dodger. My personal opinion. And as I said earlier in the show, as much as it pains me, there is my retirement portfolio and his signature's inside of it. It is not, when I was active duty, it is not my purview to question the commander-in-chief. Technically, my commission hasn't been retired. I've been retired, but my commission is still active. If, let's say, a fucking terrible thing happened, let's say at the annual Logistics Readiness Officer Symposium, a terrorist asshole bombed it and killed like 1,500 active duty logisticians, I would probably get called up to go back to service because you've just eliminated the majority of the logistician corps. Please don't ever let that happen. I don't want to go back. But if they called me back, I go back because that's what I raised my right hand and I swore to do. But no member of the fucking military should ever have to salute a draft dodger. This is another one of those things where if I ever got the opportunity to rewrite the fucking Constitution, I would rewrite the Constitution and it would say, if the president hasn't served in the military, then he is the advisor to the highest ranking military member who then serves Congress. If you didn't serve, you advise the general, but the general takes his orders from Congress. Because how the fuck can a guy, right? How the fuck can a guy who's never served understand the ramifications of serving, of military action? This, I'm confused about. Where is he? Why is he on the screen? Because he's up on the screen, but he's sitting right here. So what the fuck is this? What the fuck am I looking at? And who the fuck was in charge of this that couldn't line up the goddamn White House? This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing as shit. Hold on. You're out of step. You're way out of step. All of you are out of step. You guys are good, but you're all out of alignment. You're all out of alignment. Good form right there. Good job. I don't know where you're going, dumbass. Dress right, dress. You're out of step. 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 These guys are good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll give him 6. Good formation right here. Good. What the fuck? That's. What step is this? What the fuck is this? What is that? Why are your feet together? What is that? You're gonna try to trip him? This is fucking embarrassing. Just fucking embarrassing. Now, people are like, why am I being so particular? Because it's ingrained into me. I won pass and review 8 out of 8 times. I drilled the shit out of my squadron so that we looked good. I don't believe in that bullshit of embarrassing your country. It's bullshit. Let me see if I have. What? My laptop photos then. Where's my military photos? Shit. I'm so glad we can't fund disaster relief for American families so Trump can feel like he's Kim Jong-un. Yeah, you know what, man? There's so much to fucking be embarrassed about that. Like, we've been trying for years to move away from conventional warfare. We don't want to put tanks on the ground anymore. Why don't we want to put tanks on the ground? Because putting tanks on the ground means that we have to fight a conventional war. And we don't want to fight a conventional war. Yeah. Many moons ago. Many moons ago. When dinosaurs still roamed the earth. There's me on the far right. Pass and review. Sweating my ass off in the sun at Parade Rest. About to be told we won again. I want to point out to you that if I was just a young man, right? I want you to notice that shit that I was talking about before. I want you to notice the goddamn precision. Look at the goddamn precision. Look at the goddamn precision. Look at that. Those feet are almost identical off the ground. And my guidon can't even see my feet. My guidon is presenting arms with the guidon. And look at that fucking goddamn precision. Oh, we were sexy bitches back then. It just pisses me off. It pisses me off to no end. Like, you set all of those people. Yeah, I was fucking, don't lock those knees. Right. But what pisses me off is the military has a tradition of honor and a legacy of valor. And you embarrass the shit out of all of the military because one man wanted his ego stroked. It's like, you remember the other day, somebody said Pete Hegseth is a better Secretary of Defense than General Austin because Pete Hegseth has a Bronze Star. And yet General Austin has, I believe, off the top of my head, he has 2 Silver Stars and a Bronze Star with Valor. I have more decorations on my fucking service dress than the fucking Secretary of Defense. 1 second. I wanted to check. No, I decommissioned all my uniforms. I took all my uniforms apart. But people were making this thing like, oh, look at this warfighter, look at this guy, look at this guy. You have less fucking medals than I do. And I was one of those officers that I didn't want medals. I wanted my enlisted to get them because they don't, at the time, they don't do shit for anybody anymore. But when I was in the service, my promotions were pretty much like, I knew I'd made captain. I boarded to captain. I knew I was making major. I didn't need another commendation medal. I didn't need another meritorious service medal. 11 times I was eligible for a medal. I gave them to my enlisted. I said, I'm going to refuse this medal, but I'm going to write it for this person because they're the actual doer. I turned down my retirement medal because what the fuck do I need a retirement medal for? And people are making a big deal that Pete Hegseth is a great Secretary of Defense because of his career. Dude, you didn't even serve 20 fucking years. You served over a period of 20 years, but you went in, you came out. You went in, you came out. You went in, you came out. You were a guardsman. No disrespect to guardsmen. No disrespect to them. But you weren't operating on the strategic level. I don't think you should be allowed to be Secretary of Defense unless you have a DD-214 that states you operated at the strategic level. Yeah, signal alone should disqualify him from being viewed as good. 1 second. Sorry, my landscaper is early and I think the fucking hose is still on the grass. Don't want to make him do it. He'll probably charge me $20. But no, Pete Hegseth, the signal fucking fiasco was embarrassing because I guarantee you, I think that's the whole point of the secretaries being civilians. And if we're gonna keep the Secretary of Defense as a civilian, the very fucking least is they should be subject to the UCMJ because they're the head of the military. Donald Trump should be subject to the UCMJ. The members of, anybody that's involved in war planning should be subject to the UCMJ. Because I've seen airmen fuck up and send classified material on the unclassified side. On the unclassified side of the military network, get their asses hemmed up. I've seen people kicked out of the military for it. But the Secretary of Defense is sending shit on an unsecured network? And then nobody wants, like, I get it. Shit's going to happen, right? You don't have to be a lawyer to be the attorney general. You don't have to be a doctor to be the surgeon general. You don't have to be a practicing doctor. You don't have to be a scientist to be the head of Health and Human Services, which Health and Human Services is just a hodgepodge collection of shit anyway. And people want to protest ICE riots, or people want to protest ICE raids. Shit, man. You've seen people get punished harder for leaking vehicle information in the War Thunder forums than that guy did. Yeah, exactly. I would like, honest to God, for people that want to protest some shit that makes sense.
Rent should not exist.
But with this, let me look at professional protesters.
Riots. Professional agitators.
Professional agitators. I don't know if this is true. I don't know if this is false, but I want to talk about it.
Who's making money on riots? Professional agitators for a start. But the trouble is figuring out who's paying them. Following apparent top-level security briefings on the subject, President Trump branded the 2025 LA anti-ICE riots as being fueled by agitators. While some dismissed these claims, they appear to have been corroborated by LAPD Chief of Police Jim McDonnell in a press interview, where he acknowledged that there are people in the crowd who, quote, do this all the time. This tracks reports of mysterious ads offering to pay up to $12,500 per week for rioters, as well as reports of pallets of bricks showing up near the protest zones without any apparent connection to known construction work. While it seems clear that there is a certain percentage of rioters and protesters who are there based upon their own personal convictions, the fact that professional rioters are a thing is cause for concern. Not because protesting is inherently problematic. It's not. It's a fundamental American right. But instead because it implicates the question of who makes money on it. This is a question that serves to unify the American people because we deserve to know the truth, whatever it may be. Who do you think is funding these professional agitators? Who's making money?
Who's making money on professional agitators? I don't know. Has no one taken photos of these pallets of bricks that randomly show up in the middle of the night? Let's see. Let's see if we can find it. Now, I can't find anything about pallets of bricks. I've seen pallets of bricks in other protests, but I was gone. I wasn't here during these riots. I was off at a wedding. Just like that guy Harry, whatever his name is, for the Democratic Party, he needs to get his shit. He needs to be censored. I don't believe in censorship until you just keep bullshitting. Yeah, I can't find anything about pallets of bricks. Now, I will say during the Black Lives Matter protests, I don't have the imagery anymore. During a BLM protest, I did see a pallet of bricks. It was a pallet of cinder blocks. Because I remember a guy went to throw one at a police officer and a guy tackled him. The police grabbed both of the guys, but when a bunch of people ran up and said, no, he's not with him, he was tackling him, the police let the other guy go, which is how it should be. But I'm not against the idea of, I'm not against the idea of people being paid to be protesters, activists. But what I'm against is, again, what I don't understand exactly what the problem is. You're protesting no King's Day. I don't understand why. Because I don't see Donald Trump behaving like a king. I believe I see Donald Trump behaving like a fascist. I see Donald Trump behaving like a dictator. But I don't see him behaving like a king. And I wish people would stop being led around by the nose, because there's people profiting from it. One of the big things that people are profiting from is content creators who are profiting from it. Content creators who are basically being paid to read from a script. Didn't it stem from the right-wing meme of Trump in a crown? Yeah, and the right-wing meme of Trump is a crown, with the meme of Trump as the Pope. As I said, if we could get a good king, I'd rather have a good king than a shitty Congress. But you see people in their whole rent shouldn't exist. You're right. Rent shouldn't exist. I 100% agree with you. Rent shouldn't exist. Where the fuck you gonna live? You already can't afford a house. Well, the price of houses is going up because of all the people that are owning the houses and jacking up the prices. Sure. To a small extent. What about my town that just had 1,000 apartment buildings built in it in the last 6 months? No rent. 1,000 inhabitable units. By law, not allowed to exist. So now what? There's 1,000 to 2,000 people that don't have anywhere to live now. I'd be happy with that. I think apartment buildings are a blight in general. I'd like to see there be no apartments at all. Because you can have an apartment building that has 6 units in it that doesn't even pay the amount of property taxes that one single family residence pays. Yeah, but it brings people into your town. Yeah, but we don't have anything in my town that generates sales tax, but we have 6 units that if even one of the units has a kid, if one of the units has one kid and sends their kid to our school, then we lose money. But they're the most efficient housing unit per square foot. I don't disagree with you. They are very efficient. But then I think that if you live in an apartment, you should have to pay for your kid to go to school because you're not paying property tax. So if you have kids, you better live in a house. Because a lot of people have moved into those apartments so their kids can go to our school district. And 3 years ago, we put an expansion on the middle school so that we could move the 5th graders from the elementary school into the middle school. And now this year, we're doing another expansion on the middle school. And even at the end of this expansion, we still can't bring the 5th graders over. Well, we're not getting any money. Remember that whole people are upset about taxes thing? What if you had to pay for your kids to go to school? What if people are going to riot and bitch and complain, let's just get rid of public schooling altogether? You want your kids to be educated? All schools will now be private. The state divests itself of education. We're going to close every public school. Now what? People would argue, oh, but then we'd have a really uneducated populace. We already do have a really uneducated populace. Well, that would just be gatekeeping. Why? Public library doesn't have books still? Yeah, opposed to now. I think people would have less kids, honestly. No shit. If you had to pay for your kids to go to school, Imagine if you had to pay, imagine if instead of getting a tax write-off, a deduction for having kids, imagine if you had to pay a tax penalty for having kids. Instead of getting an earned child income credit, imagine if they said, you have no kids, you get a tax refund. Well, the population is already shrinking, and shut the fuck up. As long as you have more than X number of people, you don't have to worry about the population shrinking. All these people that talk about Japan is in trouble and America's in trouble and all these other countries are in trouble because the birth rate is down. Good. This, as Cartho says, there's too many people on this planet already. We can't support the total number of people we have. We don't run farms anymore. We don't have dysentery. We don't have chickenpox. We don't have scarlet fever. We don't have measles. We don't have mumps. We don't have rubella. We don't need for people to be having 4 or 5 kids. I always had a problem with people in my same grade getting paid more since they had more dependents. Yeah. You have a dependent rate, you have a non-dependent rate. Why don't you just pay everybody the same? And if you choose to have kids, then you have to divide that money out a little bit different. If you choose not to have kids, you have more money in your pocket. Works great. Well, we need a future generation. Well, maybe, and I don't know, maybe, just fucking maybe, if we stopped supporting all the dumb motherfuckers and they stopped breeding at massive rates, then maybe we wouldn't be getting overrun by dumb motherfuckers. Because what do smart people do? Have 1, maybe 2 kids. What do dumb motherfuckers do? Have 5, 6, 8 kids. It's like I showed you that video where that's called sharing. No, it's not called sharing. You know what sharing is? Sharing is when I decide I have too much and I choose to give some to somebody else. Appropriating is where you take what's mine and give it to somebody else, and I don't have a fucking say.
Who's making money on riots?
Last video for the day. I hate
start, but
I
the
hate
trouble
when
is paying them.
I hate when somebody takes something and they're too dumb to be fucking talking about it, and they talk. Just listen to this fucking stupidity.
But here's the thing, the census doesn't only count citizens or people here legally. It counts all people in the states. So by California allowing millions and millions of illegal people to stay in their state, they actually increase their census numbers, which then increases the amount of representatives that they have in the House, which means they have more electoral votes, and they have more representatives in the House.
Lock in, fuck niggas. We about to fact check this shit. First, if you fuck with me, make sure that follow button. Let's get it. What the hell did you just say? That is not how the House of Representatives work. This man just says that if California allows more undocumented migrants to enter the country, this will increase the amount of House of Representatives they will have, which will take over the country. Yeah, that's not true. And the biggest reason is because in 1929, there's a law that basically states the House cannot have more than 435 seats, meaning you cannot add more seats into the House of Representatives, no matter if there's an increase of population.
All right, it's time to dismantle this room temperature IQ take. So tell me you don't understand percentages and apportionment without telling me you don't understand percentages and apportionment. He's right. They do not increase the number of representatives in the House to more than 435. It's going to stay there. But then after that, he goes on to say this.
Also, the amount of representatives in each state changes every 10 years or so.
Yeah, how do you think that is? I want you to think hard on that one. How do you think that is? It's called reapportionment. So let's break this down to make sure you can understand it. Apportionment is the process of dividing the 435 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives among the 50 states based on each state's share of the total population. So, if California allows millions upon millions of illegal immigrants into their state, that increases the population of the U.S. and it increases the population in California. So at the 2030 census, if California has a higher percentage of the population than they do now, more seats will be reapportioned to California. So it's not about increasing the number over 435. It's about getting a higher number within that 435. I didn't say a higher percentage because percentages are hard for some people. It's a zero-sum game. So if California's seats increase, the number of seats that it increased by directly came from other states. So for example, right now, California has 52 seats in the House. If by the 2030 census, they increase their population enough, they could have 55 seats in the House and then 57 electoral votes. You get electoral votes by adding the senators and the number of members in the House. So if we're going to talk about facts, we should actually learn to get them right before we try to fact check. Class dismissed.
So why doesn't Texas do this? Well, because Texas is Republican. Because Texas doesn't want the problems. Because Texas understands that it's bullshit. Why does New Mexico not do this? Because honestly, I'm going to steal from Carlos Mencia because he kind of told a joke once. The dumb ones cross the border and they stay right across the border, and the smart ones, they keep fucking going. Texas doesn't want to allow illegal immigration because then they're stuck with the problem. Let's look at Texas. Other than El Paso and Corpus Christi, Houston a little bit, the rest of Texas is kind of nice. Look at California. How much of California is shitty? If you're from California, how much of California is shitty? Most of the southern half. Where do you not find illegal immigrants? If they kept going. Where do you find the migrant workers? If they kept going. Where do you find the people that work hard? In the north part of California, in Oregon, and in Washington. I mean, North California is pretty dog shit too. By comparison, so is Chicago, Atlanta, New York, Philadelphia, Detroit, St. Paul, Minneapolis. They don't have economy right now, migrant workers picking plants like Cali. Exactly. Generally, if you watch, although it is fiction, if you watch Yellowstone, you don't want, like, you have day workers and you have cowboys. Ranches in Texas need a couple of day workers, shoveling shit, feeding animals. The rest, they need people who actually know what they're doing. It's different than farmers. Now, of course, you see right now, Donald Trump has completely had to flip the script and stop deporting all the farm workers, because farmers are like, who the fuck's gonna pick all these crops? And again, it's one of those, Donald Trump has some really good ideas, but he didn't lay the groundwork for those good ideas. You can't the millions of unemployed, right? But here's the problem. If you have millions of people who are unemployed, 7.1 million with 5.9 million of them looking for work, but of the 5.9 million of them looking for work, like 5% of them are in a location where the farm work is. You got to get the workers to the work. If they're not there, right? The other problem is, I showed the video on the show, a farmer in California hired unemployed whites to come work, and most of them quit by noon. As I've said, it's not being racist. It's being honest. Around here, if I had to hire a roofing crew, I know who I would hire. He has all his people are legal, I assume. I've talked to a lot of them. They're working, they're literally eating their breakfast burrito, and that's just what they're eating, sitting in their trucks outside of the job site at 6:45. They're drinking their coffee, they're eating their burrito. 7 o'clock on the fucking money, ladder coming off the truck, going up on the house. These guys have the fucking roof off of a house by 7:15. Done. The fucking white owned company with all white workers, They don't even fucking show up to start working till 9. This dude who does all the fucking shit around here in my hometown, he's on his second fucking strip by 9 o'clock. His 4-man crew that goes up and strips all the fucking the roof, 7 to 7:15, they're done. They're doing cleanup. They're driving off to the next job site. The white crew doesn't start till 9. They get 1 roof done a day. The Mexican crew, they do 3 roofs a day. I'm sorry, some white people don't want to work hard. What's up, Silver Phoenix? They don't want to fucking get up at 9 o'clock in the morning. They don't want to work hard. If you don't want to work hard, why the fuck are you complaining that you're not getting ahead? You had a crew come paint your house. They started at daybreak. They were done in 2 hours. I told you guys the story. Long time ago in a land far away, my fiance didn't like the fact that every weekend I was busy. I bought a fixer-upper house. Every weekend I was busy because I'm not fast, right? I'm not fast. I'm proficient. But I don't do tile work every day. So, like, on a Saturday, I told her, I said, look, we'll go out and we'll do something when I lay the tile floor in the bathroom. And it's probably going to take me the better part of the day. Because I'm not good at this. And I'm not good at it because I'm a teacher during the week. It's not like I laid tile floor during the week and then on the weekend I'm going to lay a tile floor in my bathroom. It's going to take me, an hour. I don't do this shit often. She finally came to me after about 7 consecutive weekends of us not doing anything because, tile floor takes me longer than I thought. Ran into a problem. It's 6 or 7 o'clock at night before I'm done. She finally came to me and she said, give me a list of all the things you need done in the house, inside and out. And give me how much money do you have? I gave her the list. I told how much money, told her how much money I had. I had like $8,500 in the bank account for all the renovations I was going to do, which I knew wasn't going to be enough. She came back to me. And she said, I can get everything on the list done except this and this for $8,500. I need $2,000 for materials. I gave her the $2,000. Saturday morning, she came along and she says, I need your keys. And we're going out for the day. We went out. When I got home that night, I didn't even recognize my fucking house. Her family, Mexican family, came in, banged the shit out of everything. It was all fucking done. Driveway was resurfaced. Front landscaping was completely done. I had fucking beautiful brickwork. I had new fucking bushes. I had everything was fucking done. It all looked great. The gutters were done. The roof was fucking done. The backyard, everything. The only thing that wasn't done in the backyard was the retaining wall, which I eventually, when I earned enough money, I did everything was fucking done. Everything was done. It was probably 20 grand worth of fucking labor done for $8,500. If you want to make money, work hard. If you don't want to make money, complain about it. With that said, I always love doing my show. I need to figure out, we're going to leave this to the pros. We're going to get the fuck out the way. I always love doing my show. My show is, what I, there you go. Only crew I've ever fired was run by an American-born Mexican guy with his cousins. They were supposed to start Monday at 8. They didn't show up Wednesday until 3. Tore up the job site, left at 5. Fired them, hired my guy Alejandro and his crew. They were done by Friday at noon. And they probably only took until Friday at noon because they were busy cleaning up the other guy's mess. I love doing my show. If you guys have friends, people that need to hear what I'm saying, bring them in. I love to debate stuff. Bring your receipts. Have your links. Have your empirical data. Like somebody said, they're like, what about Mr. Beast and all his wells and they're not being maintained? It's bullshit. It's a horrible hit piece story about Mr. Beast. There's a lot to talk about with Mr. Beast going into Africa, building 100 wells, not thinking about the geopolitical ramifications of building wells. But he trained the people, left them how to do the maintenance. If some of them haven't been maintained, We need to dig into the individuals, the singletons. Bring your receipts, though. I love to talk about anything. Tomorrow, I'm going to try to stream some video game stuff. I owe you guys about 4 shows because I was gone. I'm probably going to do Dune or Once Human tomorrow. I'm going to try to throw a Dune stream in there sometime this week. And then I'll be back on Wednesday for more politics. You guys take care, and I got to go sweat my ass off walking around in the hottest part of the day.